Ichi ni sanji. I guess now I know, apparently that ends my stream. I assumed it wouldn't. Maybe if I was doing it through Twitch. What do I got? What do I got? What do I got? What do I got? Quick slashes, mark of pride. Let's throw quick slashes on. I do not use steady body. Just at all. I guess I could try it. We got one person in here, I think. I have no idea if it was that guy though. I hope it is. If you're still here, the guy from my last stream, which apologies by the way, I had no idea that if you switch games it ended stream. I thought you could just do like as long as the stream was up, I guess. I thought you would have been able to. Okay, this is starting to aggravate me. There we go. Yeah, I hope he is still here. A live chat, there we go. Can I not see the man? Alright, yeah. Yeah, sorry, I guess maybe if I was streaming through Twitch, I thought it would have let me do multiple, like, streams. Or not streams, but games. I'm about to boot up my PC and try Best Pantheon of the Sage. Yeah. My best is Hornet Sentinel. If I did the Pantheon right now, I'll be honest, I'm not sure how much better I'd fare, because I'm very out of practice with this game in a lot of ways, but... Here, I'll do Zote really quick with your build. Wasn't able to skip the scream. Yep, out of practice. Very out of practice. Something else that is not helping me is I'm using steady body, which I never do. That was close. See? That would be a good example of what I mean. You can, if you're very good about it, you can DPS him very easily. Steady body is my regular to help to help me stable with my nail. Also, it's good for Grim and KG. That's what. Is it? Nah. Maybe that joke that everyone made of like, oh, steady body's garbage, but it's actually broken. Maybe that. Hold on. Miss screen skip again. Oh. Wait, hold on. You might have been onto something. Well, I missed the parry there. I'm no expert, but I believe it to be good from my experience. Some attacks it definitely helps with. Well, it does actually address an issue when it comes to parrying Grimm specifically. How Grimm's, when you parry him, it moves you back. So you end up staying in his hitbox, but when you pair it with the iframes you get from parrying... Huh. That is actually really interesting. That might actually make my attempts at parry only Nightmare King Grimm feasible. Matter of fact. Marcus strength, you know, let me... Oh! My friend kind of forced me into a bias for Steady Body, so I almost used it for every boss that I used it for a nail build. I grew into it. Well, yeah, after learning what I just learned about it, I can see why. Radiant. Might as well get some practice reps in. Miss Scream Skip again. I guess the only problem that I would have with it is the fact that you cannot double parries. No, never mind. Proved me wrong just then. Yo, maybe there's something to this steady body thing I've been hearing so much about. Yeah, maybe there is. Maybe. That feels way better and more consistent. Ah, I walked into that. I looked away to look at chat for a second. Hey, have you tried the game Skull? No, unfortunate. I missed it one PlayStation. It was on the PlayStation Plus like monthly games like a while back. And I wanted to play it, but I didn't have PlayStation Plus at the time, so unfortunately I missed it. Scream Skip. Look at this goober. He has no animations. I wonder how Steady Body would affect pairing with Pure Vessel. Because pairing with Pure Vessel, because of how you parry him, you primarily swing up. He's objectively the most consistent when it comes to parrying bosses in this game. Or I guess they, whichever you prefer. Steady Body might be better for Grimm because the strike opportunities it often it offers more often when he is standing on the ground, right, than hovering. Yeah, that is true. Let me test it really quick. For example, the center spike attack Grimm is on the ground, so you can spam nail and Steady Body helps you not bump it. That is fair, yeah. Screen skip. On NKG, he just well, I missed my parry. He just disappears. Yeah. I bounce now, have fun. Yeah, see you later, Zungi. Might see you in the Discord later, depending on what I do. If I upload a challenge. Swung too fast there. Actually, if this is just me trying to test it, I really should not be doing this on Radiant. That was close. Ironically, I felt a difference in that parry because of Steady Body. But Steady Body actually makes the Nightmare King Grim parry only very plausible. Very, very plausible. Does the parry work the same with, hold on. Does the parry work the same with HK just like Pure Vessel? I want to get into parrying stuff since I want to 112% the game so badly, and parrying might help me. From what I understand, at least from what I recall, Pure Vessel is... his attacks are literally the exact same speed as how it is in, just the Hollow Knight fight. At least the slashes. It's just this frequency of which he attacks you is much slower. Actually, I might be able to show that off now, so... very quickly... I will, just so you can get an idea of how frequently attacks, then I will go rush to not Pure Vessel, Hollow Knight. Yo, that actually does help a lot. Ow. So, that should give you an idea of, like, just the attacks, like, the frequency of attacks, and not so much like an alteration of attack speed. Now, Pure Vessel and HK obviously have different, like, attacks just in totality from each other. But let me quickly run over to his fight, or their fight. This will actually be the first time in a long time I left God home on this file. Yes, I brought the pale flower, or what... I forget the name of that flower. God Seeker. It's a bummer HK isn't available in God... Yeah. But I can understand why, even from a lore logistic standpoint, why it is just Pure Vessel. Delicate flower, yeah. It sucked, but I did it. There's still... Hold on. Yeah. There's still a few places that I have yet to bring... Oh god, I do not have, I do not have Wayward Compass, the most broken charm in the game. But, I should still remember the routes clearly enough. Oh lord, I might be... Never mind. To be honest, God Home is so confusing. I think it's a good challenge for players who want to get into a... Please stop. What were you saying? Who want to get into a higher tier of difficulty? Yeah. There is no way you. I forgot how much Flute Nest sucks, or whatever they're called again. I might be lost. I forget where I am. Lord have mercy. It has just occurred to me that it has been a long time since I've explored the map like this. So I'm going to just quickly load back in. Yeah, 200 hours. That first file, I think it took me like 50 something in order to get everything. But the rest of those hours on that primary save is from God Home. So let me put on a charm build that actually lets me know where I am because I am lost. Busted charm, busted charm. What else did I have on me? Sharp Shadow, Grim Child. Whatever. This works. Brian intentionally parried, who? God Tamer. Yeah, most bosses with nails are all parryable for the most part. So, Watcher Knights, God Tamer, all the Nail Masters, obviously. Grim is technically an example of a time where you can parry a boss where you otherwise would not think you could. Who else? I actually do not remember off the top of my head. Obviously, Pure Vessel and Hollow Knight. I do believe Dung Defender has a attack that you can parry as well, but I do not recall. In a way, you can parry the dream bosses. How did I not struggle with how did I not struggle with God Tamer at the Coliseum, but here it is at the Pantheon. Well, it's probably nerves. Might be a swimming attack. The reason why a lot more bosses seem infinitely more stressful than they would if you were just normally playing the game is because of the stress that I have to go through 50 of these MFs. And I cannot die under any circumstance. And I have to be perfect. And if I die, I have to do everything all over again. That does not help the situation. For the most part. Jesus. Just spell plan God Tamer and yeah. And the Coliseum of Fools, once you understand how it works in the sense that all you really have to do for it is kill everything at a certain speed. And it is 100% consistent, and you really do not have to worry. I guess I forgot I had to go up here. Where was I trying to go? Oh, yeah. Hollow Knight. And then up from here. Now I have to go up. Oh, I swear Coliseum is harder than God Tamer herself. Her beast. Yeah, generally, just because of the specific situation. It's not even that they spam enemies at you, it's the kind of enemies they spam at you, and you have to be smart about... Actually, it's faster to go this way. You have to be smart about how you use spells, when you swing your nail, all that stuff. A friend told me that the hardest way the boss and I would... Hold on. Is for some reason the chat on PlayStation doesn't relay the full message. My friend told me the hardest was the boss, and I was losing my mind when she was about to appear. Then I just used Shaman Stone. Yeah, Shaman Stone is busted. For a lot of bosses, like like the demonstration I did with Zote, that was the first time I'll go as far as say that's the first time I fought Zote in almost a year. And just because I have an understanding of how his fight works in the sense that if you can beat him to death faster than he has a chance to do the same to you, then the threat he poses decreases by a substantial margin to a point where it is not even funny just how fast you can kill him. Hello, Stag. It has been quite some time. Dirtmouth. There's a lot of bosses like that where the philosophy in order to beat them before they have a chance to beat you is, kill them mega fast. What's his name? Soul Tyrant and Soul Master is a example of that. Soul Tyrant, though, just because of how frequently he teleports, that one is a lot more, divisive. Like, if you were a speedrunner who... Jesus, why can I not do this? If you were a speedrunner who dedicated hours and hours and hours and hours, I'll go as far as say, like, 20 hours to that fight specifically, you could probably kill him just the same as you do, every other boss. But now that we're here, just so you can get an idea, when it comes to parrying, Pure Vessel should just be the exact same. Is all that's different with this fight, from what I recall and from what I understand, is the frequency of his attacks. Actually, I think his first slash is lower than it normally is. Soul Master had a huge buff in health and speed upon his Dream battle. Soul Tyrant really struggled with him until I... Okay, so parrying Pure Vessel is actually far different. Or not, or I guess, yeah, either way it's the same. Something broke. I heard something break. Did I have a delicate flower on me? Without realizing? No. I guess it just was the first time I died. But, to answer your question, yeah... Apparently, Hollow Knight and Pure Vessel's slash attack, at the very least, is far different from all of his other attacks. I think he's also smaller, in a way, compared to Pure Vessel. Because the arc range that he has in his, I guess technically Dream Battle is way different than it actually is. That is good to know. But in that sense, I guess, unfortunately I cannot help you as much as I would have otherwise. Because I just assumed for the longest time that they had the exact same, parry range. And the way you parried them was the same. I do not remember. Did I do all of these? No, not on this file. When I discovered Dream now, and I began fighting Dream bosses, my first... Where Lost Kin... Yeah, Lost Kin sucked for me too when I first fought him. Then with Soul Tyrant, failed champion especially. Yeah, for Soul Tyrant, and Failed Champion specifically. Failed Champion on my first playthrough was so hard for me that I unironically just did not, I used an old cheese method to kill him. One that I'm not very sure if it even still exists. Or if it is usable in any capacity. After, like, I remember the first time I fought Soul Tyrant, or not Soul Tyrant, Failed Champ, or False Champion. Which was in the Pantheon of Hollowness, and I realized, wait a minute, this dude is like stupid easy. But at that point I've already fought Nightmare King Grim and Pure Vessel, so anything would have seemed easy after that. Where was I trying to go? Oh yeah, King Station. Couldn't adapt to Failed Champion's attacks for a long time because of the faster movement, double damage, and the time passed between fighting False Champion as my first boss. I just forgot him. When I discovered Shade Cloak, it made it much easier. Yeah, Shade Cloak helps a lot with that fight. But in general, something that you realize about failed or false champion is that just like his prior counterpart, God, I forget his name. Isn't it like False Knight? I do not remember. The thing about their fights in particular is that you can just swing at them to a point where you stun lock them and there's not much they can do. False Knight. You know, once I get back to God Home, I can see for myself, but... Fail champ. Okay, yeah. False Knight, fail champion. Their fights are very easy after a certain point because you do realize that you can attack them mid-jump and there's nothing they can do about it, even with fail champion. All you do is just swing. And there is nothing they can do about it. They unironically just have to sit there and take it. Where is it? Here it is. They're extremely slow and steady, yeah. They have a specific rhythm to their fight that, for example, the reason why Grim and Pure Vessel is hard is because their rhythm, you can't just really, I guess, ignore them. You have to respect them. And for Grim, he teleports, right? So that also makes it more difficult. I keep forgetting the way. Honestly, I'm just going to kill you guys. Yeah, fast-paced fights. Nuisances. Where am I going? Here. Vessels like these force you to be patient in finding openings, yeah. Most of the time I want to spam my way through, but when I encounter faster enemies, I stumble until I adapt. What else does that force you to be patient and find out? Yeah. Star Wars Shell won't help me. Actually, that might be... If you're using a nail build... I just thought about something that might help you. You use Unbreakable Strength, Mark of Pride, Quick Slashes... Steady Body. How many is... maybe not then. Well, I guess if you could technically replace Mark of Pride with Long Nail. Yeah, it's not as much, but it still would be more. This might be a build that helps you. Because Star Wars Shell, it gives you more iframes. So that might make things easier for you, but it depends on just how used to not having... I'm not very sure how much you use the nail art, so not having Nail Master's Glory might genuinely suck for you. Actually, let me see how easily, because it has been a long time since I've done... Which Pantheon did you say it was? The Pantheon of the Sage, right? So the third one? Yeah. Let's just do a raw run. with this build, and I'll see. My opinion, especially after discovering, yeah, the mechanics of parrying nail. Oh, that was easy. I might have to read that one comment you made after this. Well, I may not be exactly a speedrunner. I do still like to go fast through these. And what was your name again? Elder Who? I forgot how much I hate you because of this very reason. You slow everything down. There we go. In my opinion, especially after discovering the mechanic of parrying nail is focused on combos and fast DPS rather than forgot screen skip. Rather than compared to spells. There we go. Compared to spell builds, they are just hard DPS spam and the bosses of enemies, yeah. Overconfidence. Collector's a huge fraud. Parry. Not... I might be getting too reckless. Never mind. You said it was Zolt that was giving you a hard time, right? You need to find a good heal window. Yo, fighting Grim feels weird after fighting it Nightmare King Grim for so long. Grim and Gladian. Then for Grim, you need a very specific mentality for Grim. You need to understand that it's a waltz. It's literally a dance. There are certain boss fights in certain games that they treat them specifically like dances. How both participants take their turns for the waltz. So once Grim has his turn, you need to get it in your head that you can make him go, okay, it's my turn. And then you trade your part of the dance back to Grim and you go back and forth in that way. Yeah, that is true. I just realized I might have just been playing the game on hard for too long. Because I do remember struggling with this, especially when I was doing all bindings. Well, to be fair, all bindings, that is just going to be objectively hard for most people. But just playing it unrestricted normally like this just feels so much easier than it did before. And I'm literally screwing around with Grim right now. I'm not even trying to seriously kill him. Alright, there we go. Gladian is easy after understanding what to do, but Grim can definitely be harder. Should have just crystal dash there. Another reason why Gladian's easy is this. There we go. Tried spell bindings, but it was still hard for me. I think I'll pass on bindings for now. Yeah. Scream skip. Something that might also help you is doing scream skip, so that way oh, for some reason my quick cast didn't come out. Is so that way you can get at the very least 2 casts of it, or yeah, casts of Dream Nail to get yourself more soul. You are still alive. That is impressive. There we go. Umu, I forgot about you. This is the one boss that you really cannot do much against. You just have to wait for RNG to be nice to you. Oh, please. Well, at least I got a good RNG spawn there. I will say, Umu just sucks on Pantheon of Hollowness. Try to Umu in 3 seconds, sometimes 30, or failure, yep. Hey Hornet, long time no see. Oh yeah, I remember who you said you had. It was Hornet Sentinel you said, right? My quick cast did not come out. I have not fought Hornet in a long time, but I have to acknowledge how stupid easy she feels to fight. So, something that might genuinely help you when it comes to this Pantheon, for Zote, and Hornet, is fight Pure Vessel. Fight Pure Vessel a lot, and maybe Nightmare King Grim. Because once you get conditioned to a certain kind of speed and you know what to expect, once you go back and do this Pantheon for Zote and Hornet, they will feel so weak that it'll make everything else easier. Now the Nail Masters, they're sly, he can be a problem. Probably should not have dashed there. Should not have walked forward. Okay. I only get 2 casts off of that. Okay. Ooh, that was close. I played a little sloppy there. By the way, remember you mentioned Nail Master's Glory. I actually adore them, but unfortunately I don't see much use of them in Pantheons. Just me a few if you want. Adore nail arts. Well, if you like using nail arts, they're also just a good source of DPS, and for certain bosses, they, like, especially the ones where you can get screen skip on, then you can just charge it and then just continue your DPS assault from there. But I think your problem isn't so much that your build is bad, or anything. You just need practice. Because from what... Hold on, I'll look through the... I'll look through the comments again to see what you were saying, who you struggled with. Or I guess you could just put in the chat again. I guess, I'm not sure, what kind of files you have or what you're working with in that regard. That is the wrong room. Sometimes God Tamer and Umu, Zote, Hornet, Sentinel. Yeah, God Tamer and Umu, with that build, you can one-cycle Umu. You can, one-cycle Umu for the most part with the build you have. Yeah, with this, very easily. Who else did you say? Zote, sometimes God Tamer. Yeah, God Tamer... just because of the nature of that fight, that makes sense. But Zote and Hornet, I just recommend, like I said, for Zote, he's a DPS race. So just, if you... Where is he? Over here. Missed. So if you just condition yourself to do this. Wrong direction. That should have been a descending dart for me. Granted, right now I'm playing very sloppy, just because I unironically do not respect Zote. But he should be dead soon, actually. Yep. Yeah, I just do not respect Zote for that reason. He's a boss you can bully stupid easily, especially if you incorporate a lot of spells. The reason why I struggle with Hornet Sentinel is I don't get used to her fast attacks as much as I could, and yeah, I agree. I'm totally in practice with the Pantheon bosses. I try to force my way. I can DPS spam Hornet Protector easy. Yet Sentinel is faster, both in movement and in attack cycles. Yeah, that is definitely true. You can't DPS her as easy. But compared to other bosses, you can still approach her with the same philosophy of, I am just going to hold forward and spam my attack and there's nothing you can do about it. Yeah, you can just do that. It's just getting, with certain bosses, especially once you're doing like very long Pantheon runs, you have to get it in your head that, I guess a better way to describe it is you need to keep in mind which bosses you can bully and then which ones you have to unequivocally respect. And you also have to factor in which bosses you respect due to nerves. So, for example, if you're on practice and there are certain bosses that you do not have that much knowledge on, or how to handle them best, it is better to approach them with the mentality of, I have to respect you even if I know I can bully you to death and there is nothing you can do about it. Like, there are certain bosses that go without saying that you have to respect, like, at a certain point, like, technically, you can bully White Defender, right? Because if you can get in a rhythm where you can practice juggling him. And then, obviously, you cannot, Doma Doma Doma. Damn. Missed it. So he's a boss you can also bully because you can just, you can just finally beat Grim while I was listening to you. Are you doing the Pantheon right now? I'm very out of practice with White Defender. I forgot how long it's been since I fought him. And then again, I'm not used to fighting him with steady body. So Grim, that means you're at the first rest point, right? Who's after Grim? Gladian, then from there it's Zote. The problem I had when first fighting the White Defender was, I'm familiar with his hitbox, yeah. Actually, while I'm here, I guess I can peruse the catalog. You can parry Soul Warrior. Did I say carry or parry? You can parry Soul Warrior, Watcher Knights. Technically, the Dream bosses, at least Zero and Markov, because you can bounce off their nails, but that does not really count. The Nail Sages, obviously. Pure Vessel, Grim. Not Zote. Traitor Lord, technically, but that one's very risky. Can you parry Gladian's Spectre? Technically, but it's more of just your nail hitting the thing and it making a ting noise. It's not actually parrying it. It's the same as if you just hit, like, the spinning blades in the White Palace. God Tamer you can parry. Lost Kin and, what was his other incarnation called? Broken Vessel. You can do Hive Warrior. You can parry Hive Warrior as well, but that one's not particularly consistent. Hornet you can parry. Brooding Moloch you can parry. And to my knowledge, that's all the bosses, and obviously, Hollow Knight as well. But yeah, those would be all the bosses that you could parry. Just bully Gladian into Zote, no. I guess good luck, man. Like I said, just, he's a very easy to bully boss. If you're not max HP, 0 soul. If you get Scream Skip, you can just, get the soul, at least 2 casts back. Oh, I'm not benched. What should I even use? Sharp Shadow? No. Let me just use, actually, Soul Twister, Spell Twister might work better. Let me do the Pantheon of the Night, because it has been quite some time. Well, that is unfortunate. Well, I did very poorly against Crystal, or I guess in Rage Guardian. It has been a long time since I fought a lot of these bosses. Defeated Gladian, I have 4 Mask left for Hornet. Alright. Even if I beat her... How are you still alive? Defeated Zote. Bro, can you die so I can read it? Thank you, Jesus. Alright, what were you saying? Beat a Gladian and 4 Mass left. Even though I beat her, I'll probably die at Sly. Sorry, Zote. I can understand that. Defeated Zote off my dumb brain. you stop running? I messed up with Omo. Yeah, that can happen. There's a reason why even speedrunners hate Umu. Obviously because of the RNG factor, but Umu can be a very inconsistent boss at times. Nice quick Trader Lord. Why am I forcing? Probably just because you do want to be done and over with. At a certain point, you know, you can only do something so many times, like I guess the exact same thing so many times before you just want it to be over. Oh, come on. That should have been... Phase 2. That's why could have gotten to Sly. Vistus Hornet, so I can't even practice if I wanted to. Mentality that might be helpful, and something that actually helped me when I first did Pantheon of Holonist for Absolute Radiance was I made my goal not to beat the Pantheon, but to get to specific bosses, so that way I can practice that boss for a certain amount of hours. Then once I got really good at that boss, I then just made my goal, or I guess in the case of the Pantheon of Holonist, I made my goal to beat it. So, something that might help you is do not think so much about beating the Pantheon. Focus more on trying to just get to Sly, so that way you can have him in Godhome, and then you can practice him to your heart's content, and there's nothing the game can do about it. Can you please? Thank you. Markov, my most hated boss in gaming history, period. I have mad respect for that one guy, by the way. That one guy who dedicated his entire channel to being a Markov fan. And he does, like, obscene Markov challenges, like beating Markov on Radiant with one finger and only using nail arts.
Mail mine.
Undying ass boss fight, by the way. Watcher Knights. If I had Sharp Shadow, I actually could have made it through that. You need to die now. There we go. I've been fighting Grim and Pure Vessel too much. Everything feels so easy. Granted, I am about to die, but that is purely because I'm just playing very reckless. Yeah, that was just... I could have gone through that easy if I was actually trying to be careful. Where are Dream Warriors even considered bosses in Pantheons? Their separation is warrior and bosses than dream bosses, so I don't know why they were there. Well, I guess they fit more closely aligned to the specification of boss than, for example, something like a Pale Lurker. Because you can hardly consider Pale Lurker a boss, per se. Pale Lurker is more of just, a unique enemy. Kind of like a lot of FromSoft bosses. And a lot of them hold some measure of, what would the word be? Importance to, like, the story, for example. Zero tried to assassinate, it's not even that he tried to assassinate, what's his name? The Pale King. He flat out challenged him. He challenged his authority and all that. And, there's other characters. I guess, like, Gorb, unironically, could be considered a major character because of what he tried to do specifically. There's a slash attack parrying same with both. For the most part, yeah. From my experience, it does not feel overtly different. I guess I can try right now to see. We got NKG. Oh, I no longer have a steady body. I was wondering why I moved. I just tried holding forward. That was way too early. At Zote with match HP, half soul. That's actually a really good place to be. If you get screen skip, you can get a full soul of a canister, whatever it's called. Actually, quarter if you think about the other fragments, yeah. Alright, now I'm just playing stupid. That should have went straight through him, but okay. Yeah, Pogo on top of Zote doesn't work because he sometimes doesn't feel like walking and jumping on you. That's good to learn. Well, I think more specifically, a better habit to get into is once you see Zote do that attack, is to, yeah, at least poga him once, obviously, so that way you're above him. But do that into a descending dark. Do that into a descending dark, so that way you get iframes and then you can either jump or shade cloak out of the way. Yeah, no, parrying feels the exact same, whether it be Nightmare King Grim or just Grim. I feel no major difference, it's just the speed of which he attacks and how long he stays after. I have to get used to D-Darks requiring iframes to get... Actually, I guess so I can... Since I tested that... I can just let Grim kill me. I have to get used to D-Dark's required frame rate to get into iframe section. No, it takes slightly before the frames I'm giving. Yeah, just I guess for certain attacks, yeah, you're right. You do have to get used to the timing and when to go for them, so that way you get iframes. Sorry if my food got here. $112%. Soul Catcher, that's interesting. Overcharmed, that's why. I think I remember exactly what I was doing on this file. Thanks for helping me out, I appreciate it. Yeah, no problem. Once upon a time I struggled with this game a lot, and there's one person I still struggle with. Never thought I'd get some advice from higher tier players. I wouldn't call myself like, I wouldn't go out of my way to say I'm like one of the better players. I still have a lot to learn. I'll call myself a higher tier player once I am able to consistently beat Absolute Radiance to death without any real issue. And also not walk into her light beams like that. Or get hit by that. Well, granted, it has been a while since I fought her. Yeah, once I get to a point where I do not make that many mistakes, at least in her first phase, and I can just consistently beat her. Then I would call myself a higher tier player, at least on par with other people. At least compared to people I look up to. Well, yeah, Jesus Christ. I'm trying to be too aggressive. I struggled with Radiance when I first beaten her. I was at literally 1 mask. So I guess the reason why Radiance is so hard for a lot of people is or absolute props to my friend who refused to do the flower quest and finish the game in Pantheon 1 and 2 with 8 masks. Why did you go that way? That should have been 2 hits. Minimum. I jumped out the way, but sure. There's your second phase. I just have to hope all that stupid hard stuff I've been doing in Final Fantasy VII with Gilgamesh has helped me to have a stronger mental fortitude when it comes to the Radiance. Wow. Wow. You actually put me in an undodgeable situation. And now I do not have... Well, I guess all I can do is try my best. Damn. Yep. I still struggle with the climb phase a lot. Everything else up until that point, I actually messed her up bad in the second phase for the most part. Before I start Hollow Knight, probably a month ago, I quit the game for a while, take a break right before fighting with Hornet. Sentinel. I have just beaten the Coliseum of the Conquerors at only challenge. Should have been paying attention. Actually, I'm just going to die. The only challenge I faced before picking up Hollow Knight again was the Roaring Knight from Chapter... I have yet to... I have played Deltarune, but I unfortunately have not bought the full game yet. Full game, quote-unquote. Still just a demo, Andy. But I have beat, Jevil and, Spamton. I'll say one of the hardest two of the hardest fights I've ever faced in a video game, period. Sans and Radiance. And it is not close. The only reason why I would say Sans is harder than Radiance for me is because it did not take me a month to beat Radiance. Once I unlocked her fight, yeah, sure, it took me a while to actually get to her fight, but once I unlocked her fight and I practiced with her, I would say it took me like maybe 2 days at most to beat her. Sans, it took me a month of consistent practice and trying for me to beat him. And even today, after I've beat him multiple times at this point, ironically more times than I beat the Radiance, but I still struggle with him. I used to struggle a lot with Undying, but not anymore. Where's that sweet spot that I always see them getting into whenever they do anti-radiance? Can you give me a decent attack pattern, Radiance? One that does not suck and one I can actually attack you in? Ow. There we go. I should save all this soul, actually. So that way I can heal. I was hoping I could barely squeeze by that in there. Can you not be a teleport Andy Radiance and then kill me? Wow. I shouldn't have done that. I should have gone for a second Descending Dark. I'm gonna say when it's your first time, Sans is harder. When it comes to consistently defeating them, Radiance is harder. That's fair, because at least with Sans, you know what his attacks are going to be, even the random ones. With Radiance, she can actually put you in impossible to dodge situations, and there's nothing you can do about it. I also want to do Hollow Knight. I also want to say Hollow Knight bosses are more RNG dependent than Undertale. Yeah, no, that's just objectively true because of how the game functions. When you do a turn-based game, you can only have so many attacks. In a case like Undertale, obviously, because it's based off more like old school NES games, where you can only have so many attacks. But if I was to use games like Persona and stuff, even with the more random elements, yeah, sure, the attacks are random, but there's only so many attacks the boss can do. In a lot of bosses in the Shin Megami Tensei games, the way they function is they have very specific gimmicks behind them, or they function the way their AIs function. They do specific things during specific circumstances. So because of that, you can actually manipulate what you'll know what their next 30 turns in advance will be, and if you know how they attack and target you, you can abuse that like nothing else. And there's nothing they can do about it once you understand the AI of a boss from a Persona game. In that sense, it does not matter how random a boss seems, especially if you can see an established pattern. There's nothing they can do about it. But in Hollow Knight, just because of the nature of it, there is just an objective level of randomness that cannot be avoided, and because of that, it does make it harder. So what you want to do in most situations, just beat the boss to death before they can do anything to you. No, Undyne, you can kill her faster than Sans, and that's just objectively true. Even with her random attacks that she does get, like, to throw at you, with, for example, like the one attack where she spawns all the arrows around you and you have to, like, block them all. Once you understand, you just block the one that turns red and focus on nothing else. Most of her attacks are just, you can kill her in 13 turns, whereas Sans, you are forced to go through all, like, 40-something turns that he has. And there is no way around it. There is no quick kill for Sans in that sense. It's just how fast you can get through his attacks, but since they are all the same, and all happen at the exact same speed, and outside of perhaps RNG with his second phase, and a little bit more than that. I'm using the wrong controller, Jesus, I was wondering why nothing was happening. And that's also I would say, Sans is harder than the Radiance. Or the other way around, sorry. I would say Radiance is harder than Sans. But for Sans, unlike the Radiant, for the Radiance, unlike Sans, you operate on his terms. You fight on his rule set, and there is nothing you can do about it. With the Radiance, you can DPS check her to some degree. You can just kill her faster than she has the opportunity to kill you. And there is nothing she can do about it, because it's still primarily an action game. But with Sans, it's like, no, you're going to sit through all, like, 40-something of my attacks, and if you cannot dodge them properly, or the specific way you need to dodge them to survive, then skill issue, go die. You have to do all of his attacks, and there's nothing you can do about it, and because of that, and based off of how consistent you are, you will just have a harder time with Sans. You cannot bully him. And for a lot of people, because of the fact that you can't just DPS the Radiance, damn. Because of the fact you could just DPS the Radiance, you can just kill her in like the first 13 seconds of the fight if you're good enough. But with Sans, you have no choice. You have to go through all those attacks. The most consistent I've gotten with Sans is just being able to beat his first phase without healing ever. That was the worst dash I've ever done in my entire career in this game. That's actually a good example of what I mean. I just speed blitzed the Radiance just then to, for the most part, skip her second phase, but with Sans you cannot do that. At least not really. With Undyne, because you can actually attack her, you can utilize the Ow. Well, that thing followed me for an unnecessary amount of time. That's the most consistent I've been with her, at least getting up the climb. It's just that one phase I know what it is. I'm not used to not having Mark of Pride there to get me off screen fully. I have to jump more to get it to despawn. I generally think I can no-hit something, him sometimes. Or no-hit him, no-hit his first phase. Yeah, I've definitely done that a few times in the past, where I've no-hit his first phase. But I guess if I was to speak more objectively, I've heard way more horror stories about Sans than I've ever had with the Radiance in any of her forms. There's this story that stuck out to me that I watched, that I heard from this one clip I saw from a streamer a while back. He was talking about how he watched this one Japanese streamer, and apparently Sans was so difficult for him, it took him the better part of a year of straight attempts, non-stop, streaming every day from what I understand. I could be misremembering, but from what I recall, that guy for a year straight was fighting Sans, and only after a year he beat him. I have never once heard a story like that with the Radiance. Never. And that's why I say, just from an objective standpoint, even if I might be better at Sans than I am with the Radiance, I can recognize that he's probably one of the hardest video game bosses ever made. Just because I've heard multiple stories of, like, Sans being what he is supposed to be in the story at that point. The hard stop, the judge, the guy who says, oh, I'm not letting you walk. You are not about to just do whatever you want. I will stop you here. Even if it means standing here to the end of time, you are not getting past me. Yeah, I also made attempts over 300 and deleted my new save a few times. On mobile first, then on PC. He was extremely difficult, yeah. Just too many, I've heard way too many stories of people, whenever you ask them about the genocide route and what that was like, they'll be like, yeah, Undyne sucked, but Sans made me quit. Sans made me abort the genocide route. If you delete the save file on Sans' fight, hold on. In fact, if you delete your save file on Sans' fight, you just let him win, yeah. That is legit his strategy, just make you quit. Sans literally just want, yeah. That's the whole thing about Sans and why he's so impassable, or seemingly impassable for most people. I'll go as far as say that the reason why Sans is so hard is because, unlike the Radiance, he was designed for you not to win. At least to some metric. His entire purpose, especially, obviously narratively, but even in game, he's designed for you not to be able to beat him. You don't get iframes. He's the only fight in the entire game where you get karma. He does bleed damage to you, even though he's supposed to only do 1 damage. He burns through your health. Once I managed to defeat him, I got to beat him consistently and started doing multiple genocide runs just to fight him for fun. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. He's designed in a way he's literally meant to be impossible. It's not even a question. And Toby achieved that, at least for the most part. The Radiance, even though she's meant to be hard, I would never say that she was meant to be impossible. That is something I would never say. Because just given Team Cherry's design philosophy, she never struck me as the type of boss to feel impossible. It's just a skill issue. If you can kill her fast enough, then all the problems you would have with her, like inevitable RNG where you will get hit if a certain attack pattern happens, and if you're out of soul, for example, if you kill her fast enough to where that is not a problem. With Sans, you operate on his timetable, on his rule set. Do not want to spoil you that much, but the final boss fight in Chapter 3 is really difficult. Spike is real difficult. Wait, what? Difficulty spike, designed by inner boss designers and Toby himself. You will find him harder than Radiance, but maybe not Sans. I would have to see, because from my experience, at least from Chapter 2, right, of Deltarune, Toby hasn't made a fight like that since Sans. From my experience, even with Spamton, right, he has not really, maybe enraged Spamton, but that's not, you cannot really categorize that, because that's a specific circumstance. And even with Spamton, he's consistent. So any difficulty you might have, even if he does take like all of your health in a single hit, if you get consistent with his attacks, and then if you understand how he works as a fight, and get consistent with him in that regard, and then obviously on PC you have the spam method. But trust me, this boss is just what you mentioned. In what way? In relation to what, Sans or Radiance? Because if he's more like Sans, where I operate on his timetable, yeah, you're probably right. I would find him harder than the Radiance. But if he's like Jevil and Spamton, and if he's like the way I think he will be, then unironically I doubt it. And also I've just been, the relation to Sans being the harder boss Toby has designed so far. He's the second coming of Sans, just, trust me. I'd have to see. I do have, like, I can buy the game. I'm trying to save up my money. I'm trying not to spend money, right? I do have a little bit of spending money. Despite their fights being extremely short, you'll see. Well, short, there you go. I probably won't have a hard time with it. If it's short, then I just have to be consistent with his attacks. I guess it's so. I'm using the frame of, to some measure, I am a Shin Megami Tensei player, and those games are infamous for how difficult they are in relation to turn-based boss fights. How, for example, in Nocturne, Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne, I haven't played it, but it's infamy. Actually, a better example of a game I have played technically, Persona 3. In both the original and the remake, there's a boss fight called Elizabeth. She's someone called a Velvet Room Attendant. Or she's something called a Velvet Room Attendant, sorry. In the original PlayStation 2 game, you needed a calculator to fight her. And it's not something, you needed it. You needed a calculator to keep track of her turns in order to fight her. She would, during certain parts of the fight, set specific rules, and if you broke them, she insta-killed you. And it's not like a thing of like, if you didn't follow these rules, she literally, for example, she said, oh, you cannot change personas this fight. If you change she would insta-kill you. And it didn't matter what point in the fight you were in. You could be 5 turns in, or you could be 80 plus turns in. That is just like, that's on the easier side of a Shin Megami Tensei game. Or a Shin Megami adjacent game. When I think about what you mentioned, about a year full of attempts trying to beat Sans on stream. Yes, Sans is harder. You don't need a year to beat this new guy in Chapter 3. Oh, I wasn't the one who spent a year trying to beat Sans. It was a Japanese streamer. I heard from I saw a clip of a streamer I watched a lot around that time. He said that there was a Japanese streamer that he watched, and it took him a year plus to beat Sans. For me, it took me a month. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. But I guess I'm skeptical because it is I have, and I've been looking, but probably also he wouldn't need it. He wouldn't need. I guess for me, since I fought Sans, and I've watched the video. Looking back on the video, I've watched it a few times since. I'm not sure how accurate it is with a lot of the bosses they placed on it, but it was like maybe 8 years ago or something. Someone made a video called like the top 60 hardest video game bosses like in gaming period, and Sans was second on the list, and Elizabeth was just under him. And I would have to fight the PlayStation 2 version of Elizabeth to... No, Elizabeth was above him, sorry. And that makes sense. But after I beat Sans, right? Did you play Undertale? No. I unfortunately do not really have a gaming PC. I have a very old, shitty laptop that no longer works. That is the best I have. I have not really played any form of Undertale mods. It's just been the base Undertale, and then, well, I guess I've played, the Switch version of Undertale, so I fought Mad Mew Mew, and I played the PlayStation 4 version of Undertale with the donation box thing. But outside of that, I've never really played any modded version of Undertale because I haven't been able to. And I've played Deltarune, obviously. And so far, there's no major difference between the Switch or PlayStation versions. I guess the only real major difference would be from console to PC would be Spam to Neo. That's his name, right? Yeah, Spam to Neo with the Enraged fight. How you can only really achieve that on PC. I guess I would have to see. Because a lot of the PCs I have around me literally were not built. They're like study. They were for studies. Or I guess work is another descriptor for it. Actually, that's a better... They're work PCs at best. And they were all laptops. I never really owned a PC. I am looking into getting one. But they were not designed to run games. That's a question I've received a lot when it comes to my channel. Is for example, I uploaded a playthrough, like the first part to my Doom, the Dark Ages playthrough, and one of the first comments on it was, "Have you played Ultra Kill?" And I was like, "No." And they were like, you shouldn't have a problem running it," because I brought up the problem that I had, and there were... all the comments just said something along the lines of, Ultra Kill could run on a toaster. I was like, bro, I have a, like, Windows 10 laptop that literally does not even turn on anymore. I do not think I could run Ultra Kill on it. And they were like, ah, I see. So, yeah. But in general, I will admit, because I've went out of my way to hunt stupid hard bosses like Sans or Elizabeth, and at least for Toby, my reason for skeptibility is I fought a lot of dumb hard bosses and beat them. Radiance, the Valkyries like Sigrun. I don't know what to say, man. Sorry. Sorry for... Oh no, it's no problem. Like, I guess to some extent my preferred platform anyway is console. Just because it's more realistically affordable for me. And I would rather not have to sell my liver just to get a halfway decent PC that I will then have to sell another organ to just upgrade to run whatever games come out. Hope you could try Ultra Kill in the future. Oh yeah, I know it's peak. I've been Ultra Kill brain rotted for a long time, especially with Minos Prime. Thy end is now! Prepare thyself! I do want to play it though. I guess I might just pull that $30 or... Well, I think it's like $90 something I have in spending money. I might just buy Deltarune. Maybe even the Lies of P DLC. But I'm just trying to avoid spending right now. But I don't know. Because like I'm literally one of the primary reasons I made my channel was to specifically hunt, and I'm treating it like a genuine hunt. Like I'm hunting down specific infamously hard bosses like Pure Vessel, Radiance, Nightmare King Grim, Sans, people like that. If you're familiar with God of War, bosses like Ares, at least in the first game, Sigrun. I think the best game I laptop can run is either Cuphead or Katana Zero. I'm not familiar with Katana Zero. That's the first time I'm hearing of it. Cuphead makes sense though. It's hard not to run I guess I'd have a hard time believing that a game that's literally based off of early 20s cartoon animation would be difficult to run. I'd have a hard time believing that. But I've been hunting these bosses, right? And since I fought Sans, and I still have yet to fight Elizabeth, especially in her PlayStation 2 incarnation, despite the fact that I have Reload, Persona 3 Reload, I've been hunting these bosses, right? And since I fought Sans, I've been extremely skeptical when it comes to like certain people saying certain things about like, oh, this boss is the hardest boss I've ever made. It's like, Every time I fought one of those said like stupid hard bosses, or whenever someone like compares them to Sans, I instantly get skeptical, because every single time like Gilgamesh for Final Fantasy VII Remake, I now trivialize that fight. Sigrun from God of War, trivialized as well. Gana might be the only example I could think of where I had a genuinely hard time beating her at first, but she's still a Valkyrie. I fought like 13 others before her, so I know how the fights function as a concept. I beat her day of. All these bosses and stuff, right? So it's just yeah, I can see your point. I'm also a difficulty seeker, but I don't have the same opinion on Sans with you. Sure, to some degree, I agree with you, but once I've gotten consistent with them, for example, I can't beat the final boss of Cuphead Area 1 right now. I can Sans. I guess that's the thing that most people, the average person, might skew their opinion on, or heavily skew it, is that some people will find certain bosses very easy. Like, I've seen streamers who, beat Sans, like, the same stream that they started fighting him. And it took them only, like, 10 times, for example. But, most of them, all of them say the same thing. And that Sans is probably one of the hardest fights they ever made, just because of how he works functionally compared to every other boss in the entire game. And then when you look at the concept and philosophy and design philosophy of super boss fights in most turn-based RPGs, yeah, a lot of them are designed to be hard and even to some extent impossible, but even for games like Shin Megami Tensei, if you understand the turn order of the boss fight, if you understand how to trigger specific attacks and things of that nature, you can still trivialize the fight and beat it in that sense. Sans is, objectively speaking, across the board, and I also am consistent with him. I have an easier time with him than, depending on the day, I have an easier time fighting Sans than I do Undyne. But despite that, even though I haven't really struggled with Sans in a very long time, I can, just looking at what he is conceptually and how he works, especially compared to every other boss fight in the game, and then other boss fights, and then my first experience with it, I have to acknowledge the fact that he's probably one of the hardest boss fights made in gaming history, period. So whenever I hear someone say that, oh, this boss is Sans level, I instantly is like, because then, at that point, you have to start asking the question, like, okay, so are you implying to me that the boss is literally breaking the game to beat me? Is that what you're implying? Because that's what Sans does. He breaks the game, and not even he breaks the in-universe mechanics of Undertale just to beat you. And most other bosses, they cannot say they have that capability. Yeah, I get what you mean. My hardest boss so far is definitely Sans, considering my first time. Yeah, that obviously skews it, but yeah, I guess, like I said, for me, I look at most of these fights objectively. For example, I would say I have a way, what's a good descriptor? He steals our first turn. Yeah, that he literally breaks game mechanics, and not just universe mechanics, just to beat you. Then doesn't let us attack him until yeah. Bosses like Nightmare King Grim and Pure Vessel and Radiance, all three of them, I would say most people would just objectively say are some of the hardest boss fights in gaming history just because of how fast they are. With the Radiance is because of the heavy random element she has and the heavy area denial of her fight. She's the closest thing I would say to like a Sans effect, where in a way she breaks the game. Because most bosses in the totality of this game cannot say that they have strict area denial, how they can flat out deny you from an entire part of an arena. Most bosses can't really say that outside of one or two attacks, but they don't last like the Radiance's attacks does. She does, like, for example, Dung Defender, he has area denial to some extent. Like with that White Defender, sorry, with that like down slash he does that spikes up the dung and it creates shockwaves, right? But it doesn't stay on the screen. He doesn't summon spikes that stay there and there's nothing you can do about it. Hornet might be like another one you could bring up, but you can knock away her stage hazards. She's the Radiance is the closest thing to a Sans effect, where in a way she breaks the game, or at least how you understood the game worked. But even then, she still works within the confines of the game, and you can DPS her to death. So she still operates on your turntable, you just have to be good enough to kill her before she can kill you. But Sans, literally, and this is why... Here, I guess this will give me a better idea if I'll have a hard time with the Roaring Knight is his name, right? The Roaring Knight, does he operate like Sans in the sense that like he steals your first turn, for example, or he does something that inherently breaks the game in terms of how you think, not even just the game, but the in-universe explanation of how certain mechanics work? Same goes for Asgore, Azrael, Omega Flowey, etc. Yet they're not that difficult because of the lore reasoning. I believe Sans to be harder because of lore reasoning. Well, Asgore technically doesn't steal your attack, your first turn. He does technically break the in-universe stuff by breaking the mercy button, but you still get a first turn. It's more of a cutscene. Omega Flowey definitely steals your first attack, but at that point he's operating more on like a god level, and it makes sense that he works that way. But even then, he's still limited because he doesn't have a soul of determination, which is just objectively the strongest of all the human souls, from patience, justice, bravery, like all that stuff. And then Azrael, once again, he's operating more on a god level or complex or things along that sort. But even then, is still equivalent to, if you were to scale their power to the soul of a soul of determination, there's not much they can do in that regard. But all of them, even Omega Flowey, they do not... Omega Flowey's whole theming and boss fight, I don't want to spoil it entirely, but I just want to say, and I mean that the Roaring Knight is supposed to defeat you. If you lose to the Roaring Knight, the story goes, but you can try to defeat him and battle him. Oh, I see what you're saying. But I guess then my next question would be is, could that be considered a scripted death? Because there's a lot, I've experienced a lot of instances like that in video games. Like Ghost of Tsushima, the opening boss fight with Khoten Khan, you cannot beat him. Not even so much so that he breaks the game, it's just the way the game is designed. But it's supposed to be a scripted death. If I was to think of another example of like a scripted death, like a Sekiro, with when you're fighting what's his name? Sword Saint Ishin, I think, is his name. Like, there are times where the developers will just put like in order to give you an idea how strong these bosses are, they will just give like them scripted deaths for it. It is supposed to be, when I first encountered Roaring Knight, I legit thought it was impossible. When I learned it was possible. Well, like, beating him is one thing, right? Him being an impossibility, or I guess him, quote, supposed to be, like, him being able to, like, just objectively, oh, he's supposed to beat you. Toby wants you to think it's scripted. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I guess it could come across like that. If you try hard enough, you can defeat him. But in that sense, the question still stands. I wouldn't call him Sans level. I just would not. Because Sans hard stop is like, oh, you are not beating me. Hard stop. It's not a thing of like, well, how do I describe it? With the Roaring Knight, even if he does beat you, bro, can I spoil a tiny bit about the fight? If you're cool with that. No, it's fine. I think I got enough from what you're saying to understand how the fight works, but even with that, I would not call it Sans level. Because Sans, it's literally hard stop. The Roaring Knight, based off what you said, he has a Sans level, I agree with that, but still, a Roaring Knight is new difficulty. Okay, I understand what you're saying. You're saying that it's like far above what we've experienced at Deltarune up until that point. I guess what you're trying to say is he's not specifically Sans level, but if you were to equate it to something, it would be more akin to something like Sans. All right, that makes sense. I understand. I was about to say that I doubt, even in just like, I doubt Toby would do something like that. Like, the Genocide run was one thing. I doubt Toby would put a boss that difficult in a main story thing. And if what you said is anything to go off of, Sans, Sans, Rolling Knight, Jevil, Spamton, Queen, King. You find Jevil harder than Spamton? My list goes like that. For me, Spamton and Jevil are reversed, but I think I just have more practice with Jevil than I do Spamton. Then again, I was playing the game for like 2 years before Chapter 2 came out. Oh yeah, you're right, the gear. Yeah, the gear definitely makes it easier. Hello, Doppelganger Wing. Welcome to the stream. But to be honest, Jevil's still easier for me. Yeah. We were just doing like a quick, well, not so much quick, I don't even know how long this stream's been going on for, but just a stream where I've been just doing random stuff, practicing certain bosses, having fun doing some of the pantheons. How easily can I do this right now with this setup? Wrong thing. Let me just quickly die to him so that way I can tread on Radiance. Also, even when you are on Snowgird route, you can use EX Slash and 25 TP Act. TP Act from Chris that deals almost quarter of the damage of Susie's Root Buster. Probably triple of Red Buster against Spamton Neo. when we are fighting with Spam to Neo alone. Yeah, that's true. In that sense, you can actually properly speed blitz. Similar to Undyne, you can speed blitz Spam to Neo, at least when you're fighting arguably the intended fight, not so much the weird route. In that sense, I would say it would probably go like okay, you got me there, buddy. I'm not even gonna lie. At least for Deltarune bosses, it'd probably go Spam to Neo, like the intended fight, Jevil, then solo Spam to Neo, and then from there, Roaring Knight. That's a no-hit Spam-Tin on Snowgrave in 4 turns. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess technically not Spamton, Jevil in concept, yeah, Deltarune, Undertale 2. I'm too distracted to be doing Radiant Zote. Is a fan made? No, Deltarune is from Toby Fox. It's the only other game he's made since Undertale, and I walked into that. Yeah, currently I think he said he plans 9 chapters for it. He's released 4 so far. Chapter 5, we'll probably have to wait another 6 billion years for it. What are you doing? Ow. Oh my lord, I'm a fraud, I'm washed, I'm a sham. What was that? I just lost a viewer because of that, understandably so. But Chapter 5 is revealed to be released in 2026 on a post-credit scene for Chapter 4 Cap. As Toby Fox says that it will be delayed by 6 years, bare minimum. Not even any shade for Toby, but he is one of those developers that is far too ambitious. Like, he'll have a plan set up and proper release date, but then he'll start adding things, and then he'll start adding more things, and then he will just yeah, Silk Song tomorrow, exactly. Like, the Team Cherry devs are a good example of that. How the is coming out this year, guys. Trust is coming out this year. This year, and then they keep adding stuff, and they're like, oh wait, we have to delay it if we want it to be good. Next year, guys. Next year. Trust. Trust. Next year, Silk Song. Silk Song tomorrow. I see why you're so doubtful of Toby, but yeah. Toby is not as bad as the Silk Song decks, because at least he released something recently, unlike Silk Song and Team Cherry. But Toby still falls into that category. He's way too ambitious for his own good. He will say like a projected release date, right? And then he'll start adding things. And then it'll take 4 years for him to release the next chapter because of that. Undertale went through something similar from what I remember. I think a lot of people just do not really talk about the development cycle for Undertale. It wasn't a small amount of time either. I think it took like 5 years, 5-6 years to make the game, if I recall correctly. Obviously because he was working by himself, but once he's far too ambitious of a developer for his size. Well, it's not even like a bad thing, but when you look at all the stuff he does in his games, And then when you try to pair that with a consistent and like timely release schedule, yeah, good luck. That is not happening. They actually don't say anything. Yeah, that's also something else with the Silksong devs. They're you can tell how ambitious they are, but they're so focused on their work that there's no like there's bad communication. They spend so long in the studios working on the game that they forget that maybe even if it is just to say, hey, we're still working on the game, like every month or so. At this point, most Silksong fans would take that. Chapter 3, 4, 5 is supposed to be released in a pack. Then Toby cut 5, and still look. It took a whopping 4 years to release. Oh yeah, that's right. He did. Yeah, I remember that. It was supposed to be 3 chapters. That just proves my point. He was supposed to release all of them, right? But then he took too long on chapter 4 because once again, ambition, so he had to cut 5. Are you believers? For what, Silksong? Well, that sucks. No, Silksong is a myth. It's a fan-made project that the fans abandoned 7 years ago. Silksong is not real. It's a lie. Silksong coming out this year, that is a lie. 2027, I guarantee it. Watch. Because they, have you noticed? Have you noticed how whenever, recently whenever you lost my sub? Fair enough. That's fair enough. I can understand. Look, all I'm saying is, have you noticed how, like, the entirety of this year, they're like, why do I keep missing that? I'm genuinely about to snap. Because I'm dumb. Fair. Why do I have a double jump when Zoe does his huge fall? Yeah, that happens sometimes. But have you noticed how every time the Silksong devs have talked about a possible release date, they're just like, 2025, but they'll never specify a month or anything like that. They'll just be like, late 2025, which is a general estimate, because that makes sense. At a certain point, if you're getting close to release date, you will say, you will say end of insert year here, so that way it appeases people. But if you need to push it back, then you have time to. If you ask me, that's what's gonna happen. The reason why they keep saying, like, fall of 2025 is probably because they will push it back one more year. I have a weird feeling. They have been far too quiet, and even if they are teasing the release date, and I use that in heavy quotations, they have still been far too quiet for me to actually be convinced. Until we see a full-fledged trailer showing more than just 5 additional cutscenes and environments outside of, you know, direction stuff, I doubt we'll see it this year. And that's something else I think a lot of, like, the average consumer does not really think of when it comes to, like, development cycles, especially for indie devs that are ambitious, is that, they'll say a year, right? But if they keep adding stuff, oh, that is not coming out until they are done and dusted with adding content to the game. Once they are, like, satisfied with the product, truly, once they feel like they've added everything they can think of. Because a lot of this, everything that pops into their head, they will add. Depending on how ambitious they are. And Toby, Toby added a DDR. Like, for the trailers, I saw he added actual rhythm games to Chapter 3 for Deltarune. And he added, like, a bunch of other stuff like that. Did he need to add it? No. Was it fun? And that's why he added it? Yes. But at the same time, I could tell it's probably because of his ambition he added it first and foremost. I'm too distracted to do bench fly king. That did not go far enough. Ow. I got back your like, huh? Gambit. So what do I have to do to... Ow, I parried but I still died. What do I have to do to get back your sub? Gained. The keyboard is broken, fair enough. If you know what, I'm putting on, because I do not really need, Soul Catcher. Not with quick slashes. Where is, I guess long now. Yeah, Chapter 5 is probably going to be released mid-2027 rather than 2026 if we're being realistic. I'll go a step farther. I will go as far as say, knowing Toby, probably early 2028. Granted, he's probably made a lot of progress on it, because as he was releasing Deltarune and stuff, or Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4, and obviously we know he was working on Chapter 5, he had to cut it. But like you said, depending on how much progress he made, but despite that, even if he's made, like, let's just say halfway through the development process for Chapter 5, knowing Toby, he is going to 2030, yeah, that's true. That'll probably be when the full game is out, let's be honest. But, knowing Toby, early 2028, if he's really ambitious, and if he's really bad about releasing the game, or the next chapter, probably mid-2028, I'll go as far as say. But 2026, I doubt it. With Toby, he's too ambitious. He's way too ambitious for his own good. The same with the Silksong devs. That's why we haven't heard a word from them in the past, like, 4 years. No, those like, Switch trailers do not count. We saw 2 frames for, like, a 4-second clip, at best, of, Hornet sliding down a slope. We are not seeing Silksong this year. I dashed. Are you serious? Sometimes I don't like Brooding Marlick. Sometimes I can Radiance Brooding Marlick very easily, and other times this happens. What's like a good example of like a AAA dev that's famous for being overtly ambitious for no reason? And I'm talking about a specific like game director, for example, like what's his name? The guy who made Death Stranding. You are definitely right about the part of Toby consistently updating the game, as Hollow Knight fans have already lost it for. And there are times where he probably spends a lot of time adding a lot of stuff that the game probably could go without, just to get a sooner release. But one thing you cannot say that he does not do is update the fans on how much progress has been made. Silksong, like, what? And I will be honest, I know like a lot of people harbor I will go as far as say even a hatred for Team Cherry because of their silence. There we go. But I think that if I was to use an example, they're probably like the No Man's Sky devs. Because famously, the lead director for No Man's Sky, I forget his name, he was an introvert, like a really bad introvert. So he was very bad about talking with people, and he was a people pleaser to some extent. And because he was so introverted and he just did not know how to talk to... Where's my soul? Oh yeah, you don't get it that way. That part is also true, bro. I don't know if you follow the newsletters and Spantins. Definitely update. Not as much, just because I try to... When it comes to certain games, I try to keep myself as in the dark as possible, like avoiding trailers and updates like that, just so it's truly like a fresh experience. Like with Final Fantasy VII, for example, the remake project that they're doing. When Rebirth was coming out, outside of like the first reveal trailer that told us that the game was real, I watched very little of the trailers up until that point after the fact, because I wanted my experience to be as untainted and as unknown and oblivious as possible before the release. I read 2 or 3 here and there, or I guess not read, I watched Murd cover 2 or 3 here and there, like I would say maybe like what would have been, like 3 years ago at this point now? But once I had a feeling that we were getting closer to the release date, I was like, let me not, I guess, watch or react anymore to these. And this is why False Knight is easy. But Toby, I guess he realizes, especially because of how big his audience is, he realizes that if I just shut up and work on the game for like 4 years straight, that joke of like, oh, it's the Deltarune tomorrow, guys! Deltarune tomorrow! Day 400 of Deltarune tomorrow! Like, he realizes, especially because of his experience with Undertale and just how massive that game was, and how it goes far as say that Undertale is too big for its own good. In a lot of ways, how... to be able to say in today's day and age that you got to play Undertale without spoilers, knowing how massive it is, that is a rarity beyond a rarity. That is not something most people can say. Lost their minds, and Deltarune has started after months. I think it's the Jujutsu. Funny you should mention Jujutsu Kaisen. I actually started watching it the other day. I'm at episode 5. The funny thing about me when it comes to anime is I have a very hard time watching anime for one reason or another. It's not even that I inherently dislike anime, it's just I cannot, like, sit down and watch it the same way I can watch, like, other shows or movies, for example. I could not tell you why that is. It's just something weird about me. Especially most mainstream animes. Like, a lot of the popular ones I started, and I just cannot get past the first episode for whatever reason. Like My Hero, Attack on Titan, Hunter x Hunter, things like that. And then there are other times, like I watched Evangelion, for example, in all the movies and stuff. But I cannot... It's, like, the specifications for what gets me to watch an anime is so weird. It's either it has to be bizarre, or it has to be so intriguing to me to the point where I cannot not watch it. Which is what happened with Ava. Like, I watched Dan to Dan because of how weird it was. And I'm currently starting the second season, because it came out... It was yesterday or today, I don't remember. I watched the episode yesterday. No, it came out the day before yesterday, sorry. What else did I watch? Jesus. I tried parrying that. My hubris. But I can see what you're saying about, like, Deltarune fans being brain-rotted. Like, well before even Toby. You could try JoJo's if... Oh, I that is something I will go out of my way to watch one day. I have watched the first 2 seasons. I haven't watched the rest of it just because I haven't had the time, but from what I've seen of JoJo, I love it. I especially love JoJo because of the memes. Like, the amount of times I quote Dio, and I got a present a while back from my sister of, like, a hardcover, to some extent colorized, JoJo mangas. Like, I had the first 3, what is it? I have 7 of the books. She got... It's not a full set. I have the first arc, obviously, and then 2 parts of Stardust Crusaders, and then a later part. But yeah, every time I see time stop anything, the first thing that pops into my head is Zawardo! Tokyo Tomore! Hornet, what the... What was that? But most animes for I just genuinely I cannot tell you why I have such a hard time watching most animes. They either have to be so weird to the point where I am intrigued and I cannot watch it, or I cannot not watch it. Sorry. Getting in a Hornet with 1 health, 0 soul. Bro might be cooked. I'm not sure. He just might be cooked. Damn. But I do have to wonder why the Silk Song devs, why Team Cherry is the way they are with updating the fans. I guess at this point it's hard to say that they objectively do not. Gotta practice Umu and Hornet. Finally consistently beat Zote and God Tamer. That's good. You at least got Zote. You figured him out at least. Hornet is more understandable in a lot of ways. I had a hard time with her for a long time, but the only time I have hard times with her now is Radiant. And that is if I'm just trying to do what I'm doing right now and just spam my nail without thinking. Oh, you do not jump that time. Wow, that's hilarious. Bro, the problem is I didn't practice at least once. Yeah. That can definitely hamper your success. Better in Kingdom's Edge, and that's it. Yikes. Yeah, I guess for what you're trying to never rebattled bosses. Yeah, if you want a better chance at beating the third Pantheon, you might have to break that habit. Because Hollow Knight is a game for some of its challenges. It demands you know the bosses intimately. It is not optional. It is not just like you could practice them once or twice. You have to know them in and out to some extent. Like Pure Vessel, Nightmare King Grim, and Radiance. Radiance especially. Like, I don't think most people realize that you can actually predict what attacks Radiance is going to do based off the amount of times she teleports. Like, if I recall correctly, if she teleports 3 times, she does the beam wall. Or it might have been 2. I know she teleports once, she does either the sword rain or the sword wall. No, 3 times is when she does the orbs. If she teleports twice, it's wall beam. Hey, how we doing? Pretty good. We've been having some interesting conversations, like with the release date of this woman's game, and then Deltarune as well. Right now I'm just practicing a lot of the bosses and radiancing them again because it's been a long time. Defeated Hornet only take 4 hits at Hall of Gods, but I swear even if I get to her part, the Pantheon of Sage. Hold on, I'll finish reading the rest of that in a minute. Never mind, I'll read it right now. Get to her part in Pantheon of Sage at full health, I'll just die. I'll transcended. You just need to, at that point you need to be better about handling your nerves in a way, or just approaching the fight with a different mentality, because if you approach the fight as if you are going to die and there's nothing you can do no matter how much you practice, you will die. It's not a question at that point. Wow, thanks. So I just recommend not just like practicing her fight and getting used to her, but also just approaching her with the mentality of, I will beat you this time. You'd be surprised how much changing your mentality when it comes to approaching certain challenges in a game would help. Like I could DPS nail them at Hall of Gods, cannot without any care, but once I attempt the Pantheon, I keep fumbling. I feel like a lot of Hollow Knight's fights are a dance. I treat them like fighting another player, bait, strike, disadvantage before you get hit. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier, way earlier, maybe like an hour ago at this point with Nightmare King Grim. Nightmare King Grim's fight is actually a waltz. It's actually a dance. It's not even a question. And him being a troop master, that makes sense for his character. But his fight out of all the ones in the games is the most just objectively like you're having a dance with him. And once you get that mentality for Nightmare King Grim and Grim, either one of them, it makes their fight 100 times easier. Because in a dance you take turns, both play their part. One takes the lead for one, I guess, move of the dance, and then it switches to the next person. But for Hornet, yeah, I guess that also holds true. Her fight can be viewed like a dance, and her theme is more of a waltz as well. With the way it goes, dun 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 dun. It's like a circular motion to it. So you're right in what you say in that regard. You have to, a lot of these fights you unironically have to treat like a dance, where you take turns with your opponent. Wow. I treat Marmu's fight like playing tennis or volleyball rather than fighting otherwise. It just, yeah. Marmu's a unique situation, though. Because of how his fight works, you do actually, I just thought about that. Is Marmu male or female? I don't remember. I never paid attention. Marmu's fight, though, is literally tetherball. You put a ball on a string and then you put it against like a paddleball board or some kind and boing, 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 boing. Not sure. Ow. I really should just take my time with Hornet. At this point, I'm not practicing what I'm preaching. With just, you know, taking turns with your opponent, being patient. I'm literally just trying to bash my skull against her until she dies. She's definitely not False Knight. The bosses that aren't dances are like Marmu, all Dung and White. Well, Dung Defender, it depends. Dung Defender, I would say it depends. Hold on, let me make sure I'm reading this right. Bosses that aren't dances are Marmu all, and Dung/White Defender some. I guess that's why you put some, huh? Because, like I said, it depends. His fight can be treated, at the very least, like a game, like you're having fun. But I would go as far as, depending on what it is, especially with you being able to juggle him, it can be interpreted like a form of dance. Dude, when Hornet or Hollow Knight takes a stance and blocks my nail, they definitely throw me my composure. I don't know why. I actually have a clip. I'm working on trying to figure out how to more consistently parry Pure Vessel's parry, because it's possible. It's more than possible, actually. You can get consistent at parrying their parries. I've never gone out of my way to do it, though. I know it's beyond, especially Hornet. It feels weird. Weaverlings plus Grub Song is generally weird combo for hitless. Damage minimal, but it can hit through counters and free soul. Yeah, that's true. Because they're summons, they do. I'll go first. Say the way I think most summons work is more contact damage than actual, like, for example, like player hit damage with like the nail. That's probably why they do not react the way like most other things work. Like how I think if you, well, no, if you use spells against Pure Vessel and Hornet's parry, they will parry it, and there's not much you can do about it. But I think the Weaverlings with Grub Song and even like the Hatchlings and what other summons are there? Grimchild. Actually, I'm not sure about Grimchild, but the Hatchlings and Weaverlings at the very least probably do contact damage more than anything else. It's just used against the boss for once instead of the player. Oh. All counters are affected by counters, so summons are not the only way to hit through them. Yeah. I guess more specifically, what I mean is they do not trigger the counters. You can still like hit through like Hornet's counter, for example. Like I can swing at her and then parry her counter, but the Weaverlings wouldn't explicitly trigger it. Whereas if I just hit her counter, it would trigger it. I shouldn't have done that. Definitely want to learn this shit, bro, when I'm against the nail users. No, I'm at spells. All counters are affected by spells. Yeah, but I guess either way. Like, almost every attack in the game outside of summons, and I'll have to check about Grimchild, and Sharp Shadow doesn't count, but that's more because of iframes than anything else. I guess technically, Sharp Shadow deals contact damage than any other form of damage, in a way. Ow. Don't know how that hit me. Apparently you can move Hornet afar when she is mid-air, throwing silk everywhere using either Abyss Shriek. Yeah, no. It's just not something I go out of my way to do because I tend to play more cautiously for certain things. Especially if a boss has like an AoE attack. Jesus. Probably should have swung up there instead. Gotta try turning around. See? You can parry her parry. And it actually is shockingly easy, especially if you have quick slashes. Technically gives you more time to react. But some might say that is just parry guy doing parry things. Wow. Might be weird to say this, but this Hornet is the only boss I consistently use spells on. Every other boss is straight nail damage. Do you recommend me to keep using the build I showed you earlier? I would say it's a good build. My philosophy when it comes to Hollow Knight builds is Hollow Knight's unironically one of the few games where whenever you see, oh, this is the best build, no, it's entirely player dependent. Like, the build I prefer to use, and depending on who I go to, they either say that's the only build you should be using, or they will call me insane for using it, is this. Unbreakable Strength, Mark of Pride, and Sharp Shadow. That's the build I use. This whole stream has been me trying out other builds. If that build works for you, and if it's been working for you, I would say stick to it. Because something else that you gotta think, once you change your build, you have to change your playstyle as well. Even if it is just changing out one charm. He is using Unbreakable Strength, Mark of Pride, Quick Slashes, Nail Master's Glory, and Steady Body. That is the build he is using. Dulu? I believe is how your name is pronounced. Yeah, if you like using nail arts, at that point, that's like a playstyle preference. Like, for example, when I made my parry video, to this day I get a lot of comments because of players who probably prefer to dodge more right, or they prefer, like, spells or DPS checks, things like that. They'll say, well, parrying's useless, it doesn't really serve a purpose. No, it doesn't serve a purpose for you because that is your preferred playstyle. You prefer to do that, rather than... At that point, it's a playstyle preference. So for me, parrying and things of that sort is just non-negotiable. If I can parry, I will do it. But for other players, they will prefer to dodge out the way than spam spells or things of that sort. When it randomly happens, lol, I just wish I could control it. Yeah, parrying in this game, because of how little information, it's like I said in my initial video and even the follow-up video I made, parrying there's so little information on parrying in this game, and what does not help is the stupid high difficulty ceiling it has. To this day, I've never experienced a game that has a higher difficulty ceiling for the parry system than Hollow Knight does. I should have swung up there, I would have been able to get away with it. My advice is to identify your playstyle, rush down, spellcaster stall, build around rushdown, so I use Weaver's Strength, Grub Song, Quick Focus. Shape of Un. That is actually a really interesting... I've never heard a combination of charms like that. Matter of fact, I'm gonna try that. Hold up. Like, you can see it happen, but when it happens, unless you go out of your way, like instead of spamming Shade Soul, why would you try even... Yeah, exactly. Exactly my point. Once you get used to a certain type of playstyle, it's hard for you to recondition yourself to play a different kind of way. I try to adapt nail builds, so far, so good. Yeah. But in general, right? for speedrunning, for example, there is an objectively best way to play, and that's quick slash, shaman stone, that kind of stuff. Like heavy spell focus, right? Perfect parried hornet, 1 HP. What was that build you said? Weaverling's strength, grub song. Yo, it's the other parry guy. You get a did you get a partner yet? Are you still uploading that series? Where am I? You said Weaverling, strength, grub song, quick focus, shape of Is it even possible to perfect parry accidentally? I don't know. Well, it depends on your positioning. Hell yeah to what? Did you get a partner, or are you still doing the parrying or fighting pure vessel until I get... I keep losing track of what I was doing. Quick focus? Yeah. Well, this is a first. I've never seen this before. Still going. Okay. Yeah, I'm just, this is the first time I've played the game in a while. My advice for, build is charmed for... My advice for build is charm for soul. 1 to 2 charms for nail. To help spell focus and round up. That's actually a very smart philosophy to approach nail builds with. 2 for soul, 1 like a few for yeah. That's actually a very healthy philosophy. If you're trying to cover all your weaknesses in a way, so that way you don't have to heavy spec into one or the other. We're getting a lot of people in here. I will say, I did not think that there would be that many. If I do this with this build, wow, that's actually really, that's passive soul, so I can just constantly attack her realistically, unless I die. Actually, it's a good thing you're here, Suscat. I've been meaning to try and see if I could figure out a way of contacting you. Because, the first parry tutorial video thing that I plan on doing for Hollow Knight is for Pure Vessel. And I think it goes without saying just how much experience you have with that fight. And, for my video, especially since I do not have... I'm on console, I do not really have the use of mods to be able to set it to where Pure Vessel does nothing but his slash attack for me to bear parry him. Or them. So I was trying to figure out a way to contact you so I can ask you about that. In a way, like, trade notes. So I can better convey, like, methodologies that someone might approach, like, how to parry Pure Vessel. Ow. Song Duo gives me soul. Strength helps nail damage. Quick focus is useful for pantheons. However, it plus Shape of Un gives you easy, quick movement if you can't dash and want to, yeah. What's funny is, when I beat Nightmare King Grim, I used the combination of Quick Focus and Shape of Un. When I first beat him. To this day, though, outside of those 2 charms, I cannot tell you what charms I used to beat him. I do not remember. I've just gotten so used to fighting him the way I have been, with Mark of Pride, Unbreakable Strength, Shaman Stone, and Sharp Shadow, that I could not... I tried going back one time. I remember I went out of my way to try and use the build I beat him with initially, but I cannot remember what it was. Ow. Is consistently parrying twice or 3 times easier than Quick Slash? I think the only reason I got perfect or double parries his quick slash. How do you say? With quick slash, you can technically, depending on the boss, parry the same attack twice before parrying the next attack. In the case of like Pure Vessel, for example, if you're fast enough and if you time the parries right, or if you spam it at the right time. But in terms of like with parrying, it's just something. It's very difficult to describe. Because something that is just objectively true about parrying is it is a very unfinished, broken mechanic. I call it a phantom mechanic because it feels like it was meant to be taken out the game, but for whatever reason, it stayed in. So it's a mechanic that acts like it exists in the game, but also just doesn't. So there's properties that it feels like it should have that might have been taken out that are not there. But you also get other properties that should have been taken out but are still there. If that makes sense. Like the iframes and how the iframes work. So when it comes to getting consistent at parrying, my recommendation would be to practice parrying Pure Vessel and Nightmare King Grim. Because I do like parrying, and I will stand by the hill that depending on the boss it has its uses. But in terms of like getting consistent at it, depending on the boss, it can be likened to just hitting your head against a wall till you get it. With Pure Vessel and Grim, there is a feel, like once you get the feeling of how to parry them, you can describe it to some extent. With Grim, if you're not using Steady Body, for example, depending on how close he is to you, you might have to like step out of the way really quickly, then swing back and it'll parry him. And it also, depending on the boss, something I failed to realize, and that was thanks to a player called, matter of fact, hold on. I'm going to look up his channel really quick. I guess it depends on how most of the audience here might feel about VTubers. I don't mind them. I wouldn't call myself like an active VTuber watcher. I just watch good content creators, but there's this speedrunner Hollow Knight player who is also a VTuber called Facade, and he helped me figure out. He also made a few parry videos. He helped me figure out that, for example, Nightmare King Grim, his slash attack has 3 hitboxes to it, so that perfect parry you get is you hitting 2 segments of his hitbox. Now, to this day, I do not know if hitting each individual segment of like a certain boss's hitboxes when you parry them gives you, like, if it refreshes your iframes, but when you get those multiple ticks, that's what it is. It doesn't do more damage or anything, but that's what that does. So for instances, if you have like quick slashes enabled, right, if you time and depending on the situation, frame perfectly time your quick slashes, you can parry the same attack at most twice. So you can get, like, for Grim, you could, in theory, triple parry him twice with quick slashes. But that's in theory. Facade, from what I understand, he tried to triple parry him a lot of times. He describes it as frame perfect. Just really curious about it since the time I started using quick slashes and encountered more nail users. Hold on. Facade YT. Where's his channel? Where is he at? Where's he at? Where's he at? There he is. Let me quickly just copy his link. Curious about, sometimes start encountering more nail users like Hive Knight and Hive Knight, or the Nail Master of the Pantheons I encountered. The mechanic of parrying is more often, and I just wanted to check what the community thinks about it. The community as a whole is not aware of it. At least they weren't. My video was the reason people know about parrying, period. And that's not even like an arrogant boast or anything like that. I did first-hand research before I made that video, and looking back, yeah, there would be things that it is to some extent poorly researched. I will admit that. I should have used a script. I should have been more clear about certain things. I will admit that, but I would say that the video did more good than it did harm. Because before that, I looked up, right? I looked up parrying for Hollow Knight specifically. I found 2 videos. Only one of them was from a prominent or more well-known Hollow Knight YouTuber. There's Facade's channel link, by the way. I genuinely recommend you, everyone who's here, go subscribe to his channel. He's an amazing dude. I'd rather not parry attacks. It is high risk, low reward, but I can appreciate a clean parry regardless of opinion. You must admit the sound is clean. Yeah, that's the general opinion, especially for more top brass players. Like, a lot of top brass players who do dabble in parrying the way I do, we love it. We love doing it, but we can acknowledge that unless you are very consistent at parrying as a concept in every game you play, it's probably not worth going out of your way to do, unless you just prefer the playstyle. For example, if you're just trying to beat, period, Pantheon of Hollowness, and you're trying to find ways to make it easier, I probably would recommend parrying. I probably just recommend equipping Shaman Stone, Quick Slashes, and then whatever else, and just DPSing the bosses to death. If you want to beat, if you're just dead set and focused on beating beating Pantheon of Hollowness, for example, right? But if you want to get good at parrying because you like parrying and you like how parrying in Hollow Knight feels, it is genuinely fun, and once you get consistent out of it, it feels so good to do, and it even rewards you. Like, for a lot of the bosses, like, depending on who you ask, right? Like, Blue SR... Yeah, unless the enemy does. The metal sounds good, but sometimes it requires me to move out of the way instead. Yeah, that's something else. You have to be very specifically positioned for certain bosses to parry them. So what I said in my initial video, how every boss has its own unique perfect parry, that does hold true to some extent, because each boss, they have different segments to their hitboxes for their slash, and they're set up differently. So the way you perfect parry Nightmare King Grim, for example, right, is not the way you do it for Nail Master or Mato. And the same with Nail Sage Sly, or Hornet, or Pure Vessel. It just does not work the same. And for bosses like Watcher Knights, they only have one individual hitbox that appears per slash. So their perfect parry is just, in a way, arguably just parrying them without taking damage. So it like, the definition of it can vary, because it's like a... Uh-oh, did my stream stop? Who master parrying, it is a generally fun mechanic to use, and it spices up the, you know, what you can do and how you can approach the boss. And it's literally just an entirely new playstyle. But it just depends. Like, obviously, I'd encourage anyone who wants to learn how to parry in Hollow Knight, I'd encourage it, especially since, like I said, before my video, no one knew it existed. To this day, I get comments on my video, so there's a parry? And I'm like, yeah. While I will admit, looking back, yeah, I could have explained it way better, and there were things I did not understand about parrying that I do now, especially thanks to Facade. But in general, like I said, just because of how many people that I get to this day being like, there's a parry in this game? And I'm like, yeah. It was literally undocumented. There was 1 or 2 videos at most talking about it. Madam Rhapsody's video on it, which is one of that more well-known, like, a Hollow Knight content creator, at least at the time they were. I guess they... Would it be she? I'm actually not sure what Madam Rhapsody goes by. But, their video on it was just not even talking, it was just a montage of them parrying. That's all it was. And that's not to say it was bad, but it doesn't explain parrying, right? I saw another video made by, distinctly to this day I remember the name of the channel, hold up. The issue is parrying is that the game never tells you, exactly, the game never tells you about it. There's little indication to do so, or there's little incentive to do so with how many people like dodging or iframe through attacks. Yeah, exactly. That's something else about it. That's what makes me believe that Team Cherry tried taking it out, but for whatever reason, they just never fully did. And they might have even forgot about it to some extent. So that's why there's no tutorial on it. Because every other major mechanic in the game teaches you about it. There's a pogo mechanic in Forgotten Crossroads. And most people go a long time without realizing it, but if you find certain rooms, this mechanic... Oh god. But if you find certain rooms, this mechanic... Maybe it's just on my end. I'm watching back my stream to try and figure it out. Is it clear for you guys? Is it still like, is it still lagging or no? Is it better now? I think it's good. The chat just might need time to catch up. Stable for now. Alright, yeah. The chat just needed to catch up. Wait, so no one was wondering about the visual effects and the sounds that... Yeah, okay, yeah, the chat was mega delayed. I'm getting a bunch of messages now. The needle pokes sometimes makes before your videos. The thing is, yeah, a lot of people wrote it off, unironically. They either thought it was a glitch, or they were just like, whatever, or they'd go entire playthroughs because of their playstyle. If you're, for example, people who play primarily spell builds or dodge a lot, they will never know it exists. I've gotten so many comments of people talking about, I play with like Shaman Stone, Soul Catcher, Soul Twister, I like to dodge a lot. I never knew parrying was, I just never used a nail like that. It was so poorly documented that you could find one or two sections on parrying in like the old fandom wiki that Hollow Knight used to have before they made the switch over, right? Or like one or two videos at most were made on it, or they were shorts, literally like YouTube shorts. And the only other video I saw at the time talking about it truly in depth was from a small channel called Grimkin. If I recall the name of the channel correctly, it was called Grimkin. After I watched that video, right? And I think I might have even left a comment on that video talking about how No, I remember what it was. When I made my initial video, if you go back and watch it, I do talk about it, how I bring up their video directly. And to an extent, it can be perceived like... No, it wasn't a call out. It was just me like letting them know, hey, there's this other video about it. I have no idea if the lag is from your side or mine. It's probably from my side. Hollow Knight has a lot of sounds, so most people either said cool, never getting that again, or probably a big bug. What's funny is I don't remember what it was. I think when I was trying to figure out how to beat Nightmare King Grim, I saw a video a long time ago talking about it, and he brought up the fact that you can parry his dash slash, so he was one of the few people who knew about it. And then I started doing it. And from there, that's where I started to get a grander grasp of parrying in this game in its totality. Sure, I still missed a lot of stuff, but I got more of a grasp than probably the average Hollow Knight player. Bro, what the heck did they couldn't understand it was parrying? I'm not a sword or game expert yet. When it started to appear accidentally or unintentionally, I thought of when I fought enemies, I understood it was parrying it. I didn't think much of it. There was any information anyways in the game. Yeah, the game doesn't tell you. Once again, it's so poorly documented. The problem isn't thinking it was a parry, but instead the lack of documentation meant it was too inconsistent to utilize. Yeah. So let me put it like this. Let's just say you played Undertale, right? No, even better. Let's just say you played Deltarune and the grazing mechanic, right? You know the grazing mechanic? Let's just say Toby, for whatever reason, never told you it existed. And every time you like barely miss an attack, you would hear like the tick and you see the thing appear around your soul. But you never looked over at your TP meter on the left, right? If you just don't pay attention to that, you'll just assume it's like, oh, maybe it's like some kind of weird perfect dodge thing where it gives you iframes for a few seconds. But most gamers, I don't think most people realize that the average gamer, when it comes to like very specific mechanics, and outside of just like holding forward and pressing the attack button, they will never pay attention to stuff like that. Like how iframes work, for example. For example, Descending Dark, I don't think people realize that it's not just free iframes. For Descending Dark, you have to move out of the way. You can't just sit there and spam it and iframe infinitely. You have to move out the way to some extent to extend those iframes to actually use them better. But now you definitely notice the TP raising when you graze near it's too. But it's just an example. Let's just say it barely gave you a TP, for example, right? Let's just say that it was so minuscule you barely know. Maybe like something like King Soul. How what you like? I to this day I remember the day I quit King Soul. I went, what the fuck is this? What in God? What? I'm watching this thing and it's moving at 4 inches an hour. Let's just say it worked like that. You would barely tell the difference of if it wasn't a game mechanic. You would just think it's probably something left over from like previous development cycles, right? Doesn't give iframes instantly. I get your point. That's a nice analogy. I think Smash Bros and perfect blocking a bit less with documentation. Yeah, that's another good example. If you're familiar with Smash Bros, you would know that there's like a clash mechanic where if both of you do an attack and they intersect perfectly, it'll do something similar to what Hollow Knight does, and they call it clashing in that game. But in for their block thing, right? If you release your block right, or if you bring up your block right as an attack hits you, it does like a ping sound effect, and then you can punish your opponent. But it's more documented, it's more known. To some extent, the game tells you it exists, even by a little bit. Hollow Knight doesn't do that. So for a lot of people, the reward or the risk-reward factor to even learn it is just not worth it, especially because of how little documentation there is on how it even works. I would say me, Facade, and Crippus have the best understanding when it comes to parrying, at least in terms of how to use it, out of everyone in the Hollow Knight community. And all of us still don't fully understand how it works. All of us made videos on it, Crippus made several videos on it, and all of us still have our very specific views on, like, or at very least interpretations on how it's utilized and how it works. Like, for me, there's multiple, like, every single major variation of a parry, that's its own thing. But for, like, Facade or Crippus, it's like, for Crippus specifically, he's like, oh, no, there's just 3 parries. There's perfect parrying, there's late parries. For Facade, because he's more of like on the task side of things in a way, or speedrun sense, he's like, there's only really like 2 parries. There's parrying and FNAF lore exactly, yeah, FNAF lore. That's another good analogy. Since most of the enemies move around, the new players are as well, and try to understand what's happening with the bosses, it's more likely they get hit right after getting hit. Yeah, that's also another thing. You go for a parry and you get hit anyway. Not noticing the iframes, yeah. And a lot of people don't realize that you can use parrying as a recovery tool. Matter of fact, let me go to Pure Vessel right now, because that's a really good example of what I mean. If you get hit by Pure Vessel's first slash, for example, if you react fast enough, you can parry the second slash, and you can recover, you stabilize yourself, and then you can get out of that situation while attacking him using the iframes from when you were getting, like, the initial hit from his first slash. God, I might have to wrap up sometime soon, because I'm not used to talking for this long. My throat hurts so bad. What would I use? What did I use? What did I use? I do not remember. I guess I would just use my normal build. But the problem with the Hollow Knight parry, and why I'm glad that even if it is the only video that on my entire channel that gets views, people now know of it, especially since like Fireborn, Blue SR, and a few other people like that watched my video, and that gave it more exposure. This is probably the most aware the Hollow Knight community in its totality has been in regards to parrying, period. Not even what it does, but just the fact that it exists, than at any other point prior. Like, it was such a big revelation to a lot of people in the Hollow Knight scene that after I made the video, I was getting comments like, people saying, "You did it. Now, Team Cherry is going to release a Silk Song because you found the final secret of Hollow Knight." Ow. Ow. I wish I could show, like, clips and stuff, like, on stream. Maybe if I was streaming this from Twitch, I could find a way to do it. But, hold on. For example, the mechanic of parrying an Ultra Kill is essential and literally gives you a better immunity and immortality, more stability than it does most likely in any other game. Exactly. Yeah, Ultra Kills it. And it's funny you should mention that. When I made the video, it was Sekiro players and Ultra Kill players saying, "Oh, you guys have that too?" And especially for Ultra Kill players, because it literally, both games make the ting noise whenever you parry. Hollow Knight fandom as a whole. Wait, parrying exists? Yo, we need to use this more. Yeah, that's basically what happened when I made my video. So, in terms of like how I would go about like getting the same level of notoriety and I guess fame, if you will, to get more useful information about parrying out to a larger audience, I might, if I was really desperate, I might go to like Fireborn stream and be like, "Hey, I made a tutorial video on how to parry Pure Vessel. Can you advertise that for me?" For no grander reason, just so that the player base is not as oblivious and there's more clear information on parrying in its totality out there. Because, like you said, it's so poorly documented to the point where it's actually just sad at a certain point. Like, no one knows it exists. And then, for the people that do, they're like, "I don't know how it works." That was just so satisfying to do. Oh! I jumped in the wrong time. What do y'all think of those last 6 parries? How clean they were. Now, if only I actually was better and killed him. Yet they sometimes see the enemies performing stances to attempt to parry your attacks. Clean AF, thanks. Yeah, but it's one thing if, like, a boss has a parry, right? It's another thing if the player is under the impression that they do not have a parry. Pure Vessel literally parries us with the same sound, Lamau. Yep. And if I'm fat, I might throw on quick slashes really quick, because I know if I, like, attack cancel, I can parry that. His parry. Or their parry. It's such a poor presentation of a mechanic, yet it's interesting. Yeah, exactly. That's the ultimate, like, I'll go as far as say that the parry in Hollow Knight is an actual, like, gaming equivalent of a Greek tragedy. Such an interesting and maybe not innovative, but, like, just intriguing game mechanic that doesn't exist, even though it does. Like, it's a ghost. Desperately yearning to be something more than it is, but it literally cannot because the devs left it unfinished. Bosses stance up when they parry, so new players think that stance since there's no stance, they don't have one. Exactly. That's another good example of like why a lot of people might be under the impression that they themselves do not have a parry. Because Hornet and Pure Vessel literally do a specific animation and stance. And a lot of players, because the game does not give you like a thing where you like hold square, for example, and then it does a specific animation, and if you get hit, you parry the enemy attack. Or if you do it right before, it's a perfect parry. There's nothing like that in the game. And then, oh, let me show you another reason why it's confusing. Let me show you another reason why parrying in this game is confusing.
Yes.
Do the thing, come on. That was way too early. Oh, that is a problem. Too early. I killed him too fast. That's true, both in the game and lore accurate builds, or lore accurate based on sword fighting, kendo, hema. You actually have to stance. What? Hoping it will align the way you want it to, yeah. That's another example of a boss that has a parry. The Nail Masters, once one of them does a specific attack, the other will do like a guard stance. You are not who I wanted. Let me kill Mato really quick. Come on. Alright, let me get in a position where I can tangibly go for a parry. And you'll see what I'm trying to do specifically in a second. He just has to do the thing I... Brother, work with me, come on, man! Work with me. Alright, look at this. Yes, that was a sharp shadow parry. There's a lot of things in relation to parrying in this game that make no sense. I cannot tell you why Sharp Shadow does a parry with that attack specifically. And also this. Too early, sorry. Actually, I might try the other thing. Yeah. There's only one Wikipedia article talking about that, by the way. And there was a Abyss Shriek, or not Abyss Shriek, Descending Dark Parry. It's just with the dash slash for these guys. And this also applies to Nail Sage Sly. I cannot tell you why it works that way. I could not tell you. Oh, I do not have soul, sorry. I died. Not enough soul. But you can parry all, like, the dash attack with all the spells and one other thing. Because I'm guessing a lot of people here... I never made a video on it, unfortunately. If you saw my 1,000 subscriber special video, I showed off a little bit. But I do not go into detail and talk about what it does. But wait, did you know that the big elevator near King Station leads to the Forgotten Crossroads? I think, yeah. It's the lever activate. It can be lever activated. Nope. Hold on, this might take me a minute. You can parry with Crystal Dash too for that attack. I cannot tell you why. Legit, I cannot tell you why. And you could get a perfect parry with it too. I cannot explain it. I could not tell you why it works the way it does. I contacted Facade a while ago about it, but I might have to ask him again. Once again, I cannot tell you why it works that way. It's just something you can do. Now, ironically, there's more documentation on the Crystal Dash parry for that attack than there is on the Sharp Shadow one. That is how confusing the documentation for parrying in this game is. There was an Abyss Shriek one. And then obviously you can parry with all the nail arts as well. There was kind of a parry with Shade Soul, but not really. You can do it perfectly, obviously. But this is what Parry Guy has been doing for literally since I made the video. I've been trying my best to unravel the secrets and the confusing mysteries of parrying in this game, and why it's so confusing, and why it sucks to figure out. Nice try. And spells, yeah, but it's just for the dash slash for these guys. To my, actually, hold on, let me try something. Too early. I think parrying interacts with attacks similar to it. The movement spells like damage parry. Hold on. I might have missed a few chats while I was doing that. Let me go back a bit. True, both in game and lore accurate based on sword fighting, kendo, hema, etc. That you actually have to keep up your stance since instead of just attacking throughout fully at the yeah, hoping your weapon aligns with the way you were protecting. Yep. By the way, yep. I actually accidentally activated the lever when wandering, trying to go to Coliseum. I think it's parry interact. I think parries interact with the attack similar to it. The movement abilities have damage parry attacks. Like it, all spells move you. So dash attacks and are parried by moving attacks and nail slashes. Yeah, I can see that making sense. That's probably a reason why. But the strangest instance is for like Sharp Shadow and the spells, right? They're kind of self-explanatory, and for the nail arts, especially Cyclone Slash, right? Since it's a constant just swing, it makes sense that you can parry with it. But dash, Crystal Dash, is definitely the odd man out. I do not think Dream Nail would work since Dream Nail doesn't have the same collision it does with nails, for example. Can't be blocked by solid objects like other weapons. Yeah, that's fair. It was just something I thought of. In fact, I was so harping on it at one point. I had a dream where I discovered parrying with the Dream Nail. You cannot make it up. I unironically had a dream like that. And then I woke up. And then I was very disappointed. But then there's also this guy, Shio. Like, it feels actually close. That is not one. Brother, please. Brother. There we go. Despite him having a paintbrush, you can parry him. Is it the same for Sly? Yeah, it's the same for all the Nail Masters that have the dash ability. I should have swung upwards. That would have guaranteed it. Too early. There we go. But yeah, like, there's a lot of bosses that you would not think you could parry. And I guess while I'm here, let me quickly show off Sly. Apparently, they didn't fix the bug where Hornet gets stuck in the left wall after dashing at God Home. I had that happen to me once, a long time ago. Has not happened since. What else? I think... Where was I? Ideas for parries. 1, it must do damage. Or... When it must do damage, your attack needs to do damage. The boss needs to have been about to do damage. Yeah, that's fair. Just make more clear guidelines for it. Happened to me right now. I don't know why. Two attack types must be the same. Movement attacks will not parry non. Too early. Too early. Or late. Well, I almost parried that. Oh, my tempo is garbage. Sorry. This is a very poor showing. Ironically, Sly is the one I have the least practice with when it comes to parrying. The other Nail Masters, Grim and Pure Vessel. Hold on. Well, that went straight through it. Maybe it doesn't apply to Sly. If you want a better idea when it comes to parrying Sly, you might have to go to Krippus' channel. Fair enough. Ironically, the only other time I think that the Hollow Knight community would have been aware about parrying was with the Pale Court DLC mod that the community did a long time back. What was that, like 2022? Was it? But Drya, her fight, I guess they were the dev team for that was among some of the few people who were aware of it. And her fight in its totality is very centered around parrying. How generally the only way to really get through her fight is by parrying. But even then, despite that, and despite how much coverage... Oh. What did I do? Oh, I accidentally deleted a message. I'm sorry. How do I undo that? Sorry for whoever's message I just deleted. Something popped up and I pressed as I was, or it came up as I was trying to swipe upwards. Sorry. My Hornet keeps getting stuck, dude. I don't know why. It's legit Steam, and it's legit Steam latest version. I couldn't help you in that regard, because from what I understand, the console version of Hollow Knight is actually like a patch or two held back compared to the Steam version. That might be something else. For the longest time, something else that does not help the issue is I have no idea if version differences affect parrying and how parrying works for different players on different patches. I was trying to figure out if I could, I just need to message him. I just need to message him and follow him up and ask more directly, hey, do you think you can help me more clearly establish if there is version differences, or given your knowledge, do you think there's version differences between parrying for like on console compared to PC? Because something else that Facade talked about in his videos, that parrying also seems to be tied to not even how like frame rate, but how the game itself runs. Not your frame rate, but the way the game itself runs. For the past like I'd say 6 months, I've been trying to figure that out, and I really could not tell you. Might be the parry window, as different versions may have different hitboxes, and therefore parry windows. Yeah, but I just don't know. And as a console player, I cannot open the game up and down patch or up patch or anything like that to tell you. I'm held back a patch from you PC players, at the very least. So my video probably would be good for like PlayStation players, for example, right? If I did like a how to parry Pure Vessel on PS4, but if you are on like a Steam Deck or something, you're like, this shit don't work. This video sucks. So I really could not tell you. I'm still trying to figure that out. I just realized, put quick slashes on. I got sidetracked with the Nail Masters. What's the patch now? PC has, I don't remember the exact patch, but PC is like, it's at very least one patch ahead of console. From what I understand. The PC version of the game... has one patch above console, at the very least, and I do not know what it is. Consoles have differing specs, so they may have, they may be inefficient for it. Yeah, that's true. That could be another reason. They just, console probably couldn't just, sorry. There's a lot going on. Console might not be spec to even run the new patch. Oh, I could have gone for one there. Oh, there's an example of, like, recovering, from the slash attack with a parry. I just did it then. Does Pure Vessel look tougher with armor or nah? I think it looks better, not gonna lie. Yeah, I would've liked it if he actually kept his armor. Rather than it literally just being a reskin of Hollow Knight. Or their armor, sorry. Force of Habit. I'm really not good at the game, but parrying on Switch happens a lot. It's surely more easy to do. Probably because the game runs slower, in all honesty. Because objectively, in terms of modern day consoles, the Switch and even the Switch 2 are just... I'll go as far as say... If a PS5 Pro... Or not PS5 Pro. If a base PS5 is considered bare minimum for what a modern day console should run, then the Nintendo Switch and Nintendo Switch 2 are 13 generations back. That may be an exaggeration, but that's a good like way to equate it. I would not be surprised if like the game is held back several patches more, because it just cannot do what PC or PS5 or Xbox can do. They have the armor to aura farm. They break it as a aura. Yeah, you know what, that's true. Armor slows them down. Like, weights, like Goku's, weighted wrist gauntlets and his weighted, thing. To make him, to hold back his power level a little. Yeah, that would make, like, a limiter, especially because they were, meant to be, vessels and containment field for the Plague Heart and the Radiance. Yeah, that makes sense. Wow, we discovered lore. Someone get Mossbag. Someone clip this and send us to Mossbag. We figured out why the Pure Vessel breaks his armor. Or their armor, sorry. Someone get Mossbag right now. He needs to hear this. If Pure Vessel wasn't hollow, I bet they would definitely keep the armor on as a for flex, yeah. But they cannot have a personality because they need to contain the Plague Heart. I keep trying to do the double parry thing, but I'm playing both too aggressive and too cautious. There you go. See? Yeah, you can parry the... Wow. That was the best parry recovery I've ever done against him. You can parry that attack very easily with sharp quick slashes at the very least. It's so easy to parry Hornet, I don't know why. You get consistent with it. Yeah, once you understand how to... Because... with Hornet and Pure Vessel, you cannot just stand there unless you have quick slashes. If you were not using quick slashes, for example, you have to nail cancel. If you do not know what that is, it's a piece of combat tech in a way. Basically, if you swing, you cannot swing as fast. But what you'll see a lot of speedrunners and challenge runners do is you'll see them moving back and forth as they're swinging. And because that resets the cooldown timer and it allows them to swing faster, way faster than they could otherwise. I remember it from your video, yeah. That's also why you can, do this. I'm moving backwards while swinging in the opposite direction where I'm moving. And that's how you get backwards parries. So if you did not have quick slashes, you would have to either hit Pure Vessel, then cancel and immediately swing back and parry him, or you'd have to hit him, jump, and down slash to parry him. Or them, sorry. Good God, force a habit. They do an animation cancel to move faster. Yeah. It also, they can also, it's another tech that works with it is, they still call it nail canceling from what I understand, but you can cancel multiple spell charges into it. So if you were hitting something, for example, right? Let me just get a little bit of soul. If you were hitting something, you could then cancel the nail cast with a nail swing, and then be able to immediately do another nail spell cast to triple your XP, both in a nail sense and spell sense. Did I say XP? Sorry, DPS, sorry. Triple parry on Pure Vessel without quick slashes is truly insane flex. I would say it's opposite, actually. Because technically the tempo with without quick slashes is more consistent. Because your nail swings are the same speed just about without it. But with quick slashes, your animation ends so quickly and you can parry so soon, it's not as consistent. At least for me. I could be wrong. I could just be a goober who's not consistent with it. I see it literally the way faster. I see the difference despite using quick slash when I move around, looking up, left, right, consistently swinging. Yeah, but a lot of the players, like, for me, I'm not very good at it. A lot of, like, the top players, they can do it like that. That's the best I can do. Where it's not just, like, they're canceling and they're not doing, like, a backward swing tech like I was. It is very hard to do. Hold on. That's the most consistent I can get with it. I think I can beat Hornet finally in Pantheon 3. That's good. This one hurdle out the way. Still can't beat Ascended. Yeah. Yeah, when it comes to a lot of the... For certain boss fights, when you do them on either Ascended or Radiant, it literally changes in concept. I'm gonna try, yeah. Umo on Ascended, though, sucks. You have our support, just not physically. You know what, let me take off quick slashes because I was trying to showcase that you can very easily just kind of swing through Pure Vessel's parry thing with it. I do not need that. You know, let me just try to go for like a basic clear on Pure Vessel with what I usually do. I am very good at that scream skit specifically. Ow. Literally took me only 3 hits. Oh, you suck. How about that? just realized why I'm having such a hard time parrying him now. It's because I'm used to quick slashes at the unadjust myself from it. Literally took me only 3 hits. 2 of them were probably unnecessary, to be honest. I mean, I can do better, maybe even hitless. Let's see, unascended now. Other ground kill. What? Did I miss one? Didn't come through and... For some reason I can't see that chat that just came up. I'm grateful for everyone's sanity that Markov and Azrad don't have parries. Well, technically, Markov, and that's why I hate him. Technically, because of the fact that you bounce off his nails sometimes, it can be perceived as a parry depending on who you ask. Because I know people who would say that you can parry 0 when you bounce off his nails. But Azrad, no. Azrad does not have a parry. But imagine if she did. You think I could clutch this chat? Let me cook. I think the thing with the Dream Warriors is boosting yourself. Yeah, but just because it's like, because how nebulous parrying is in this game, for a lot of people, they will just call it parrying because it's nail-on-nail, you know, interaction. Nice try. I should have nail canceled. I just tried standing still because I panicked. Damn. Those are pogos, not parries. Yeah, true. But like I said, depending on who you are, I've heard people call them parries. Just like I said, just because it's nail coming into contact with another nail and something happens. I see it as a pogo. Yeah, I see it as a pogo too. But like I said, it depends on the person at a certain point. Like, I know a lot of people who will call, hold on. I know a lot of people who will call... Pure Vessel, please. Pure Vessel. Pure Vessel, please. I know a lot of people who would call... Pure Vessel? That clashing. Not so much a parrying. Especially if they are more familiar with like something like Smash Bros, for example. But... like I said, it becomes like a preference thing at that point. You know, maybe I should stream more often. Because this was a very successful stream. Like, yeah, sure, there's not a lot of people here, but the chat has been very active, and I've been talking constantly. If this was like, you know, one Andy streamer with a dead chat, I would be here for 3 hours not saying a word. Occasionally going like, hey chat, how have you been? And then one guy would be like, cool, and that's the only message he ever does. Really? No upswing? Oh, you suck. I hate you. I did that too early. That was my fault. No, we appreciate you, dude. As I said, for guidelines, I only count it as parries if you were in danger of getting hit. Bouncing on Pure Vessel or Dream, whereas nails more likely means you're safe. Fair. Fair. But yeah, this was a very successful stream. I had a friend of mine in the stream earlier, Azumgi, for when I was doing the Gilgamesh stuff. Well, almost perfect. I parried 2 of his attacks then. Ow. Where's my up slash? Ow. I'm dead. Woo! Never mind. I almost saved myself. My opinion, if you are reckless, you aren't really safe from Hollow Knight, Pure Vessel, or Hornet doing stances if you keep attacking them. Yeah. And so you can get yourself in danger after realizing they parried you. It may lose your composure. Yeah, true. There have been times where I've parried or accidentally hit Pure Vessel, and I was able to parry them, but I honestly thought I would just get hit, and that confused me more than if I had just, you know, gotten hit anyway. And it ruins the rest of my rhythm of the fight. For the fight, sorry. Simple. No noise, no parry, because sound of it is so nice to hear. True. True. Haha. I take it back, I'm sorry. Ah! I pushed myself into it. Where's my... No upswing. Sag. What we have learned. Parries are high risk, low reward unless you are a boss. In which... it is no risk. Wow! In the corner, you suck! Hold on, I'll finish reading the rest of the comments once I'm not in a precarious situation. Where's my upswing? I know you cannot attack me that fast out of it! Man, I'm dying. Kill me. Parries are high risk, low reward unless you are a boss, in which case no risk, high reward. Why does Umu immediately scream at the Hall of Gods, whereas it only screams after attacking twice in Pantheon? Probably because this, in one instance is treated more as a solo, you know, like how do I put it? In the Pantheon, for the sake of time, they probably removed that screen, so that way they could get you through, you know, 50 boss gauntlet faster. Would you prefer it take long? Yeah. That's probably why that is why the way that is why it is the way it is. Say that 5 times fast. Suck. You still suck. I hate your guts. Where's my upslash? The fight ends quicker in the Hall of Gods. Yeah, no, that's what I mean. And wait, what? Takes longer to kill in the at Pantheon. Does it? I'll admit, I never really go out of my way to fight Umu. I could, but I'd have to do both pantheons. Do you mean it screams right away in the Hall of Gods or the Pantheon? Instead of attacking twice. And after screaming. So, you get the fat... Oh. Wait. There's too much going on. Where is my upswing? I'm dead. What? I dare you to spawn him. Now imagine if I was trying. Nice try, Buster. Alright, what happened in the chat? Umu Pantheon mirrors the boss encounter, so you're getting the faster pattern for the fight with Quarrel. Hall of Gods isn't a true recreation, so it doesn't follow the... Okay, yeah. That makes sense. If I had to guess why Hall of Gods is different, maybe... This is disgusting. If I had to guess why Hall of Gods is different, it may be due to the difficulty setting, which Pantheons doesn't worry about. In short, Pantheons are copy-paste, while Hall of Gods are balancing. That makes sense. Yeah. Guess I'm all ready for the Pantheon Sage, except Sly, in which case I'm already doomed, since he isn't unlocked yet. Here, matter of fact, to make things easier on you, I'm just gonna fight him a bunch, so you can see and know what to expect. Too early. What? Oh, you suck. I love the way I tried to do this to help you and I'm getting destroyed. You can at least get a good idea of what to do for the second phase. And since you love using nail art so much, it is generally recommended to do this during this phase. Wow. Oh my. There we go. Yeah, I watched the video for him once. Sly's the definition of hit and run. Thanks, guys. Sly's the definition of why Weaverlings are useful against bosses. True. That second phase especially. You suck. The first phase seems scary. Yeah, it can be intimidating, especially on a first-time playthrough. Just because of, despite his size, he has a lot of range. That was the most disrespectful heal I've ever done in Pure Vessel's face. Not that it matters. Damn. First station is scary, bro. The nail arts are carrying everyone, including the MC. Yeah. The nail master sages. Well, if I was to take away one thing from the stream is that at most 5 other people now know that you can parry the Nail Master Oro's dash slash with Crystal Dash, Sharp Shadow, and all the spells. Yeah, I was not going to get away with that. What? I tried jumping and dashing, but I couldn't pick, so I failed both. If I parried him there, I would have been able to get away. Where's my upslash? By the way, this is everything you're seeing for the stream in terms of who I'm pairing is for upcoming videos and stuff. This is parry practice. I'm not like I do not need to do it for Grim. Like I do not really need to practice parrying with Grim. It's just everyone else. So that, also, like, how am I supposed to teach others how to parry if I cannot do it? What? That'd kill me. Always dash at him when he parries. Like, don't touch me, Pure Vessel, you scared me. Bro, once I understood I needed to pogo on top of God Tamer's Beasts and D-Dark occasionally. I keep bullying. Yeah, that's what speedrunners do. That's just the general smart way to kill it. Damn. Missed it. I tried parrying that. What's wrong with me? Once again, could not... This is a pathetic showing, in all honesty. That was the riskiest heal I've ever done. Nice try. Well, I tried getting away with it. Come to think of it, I do not remember the last time my heart ever pounded when fighting Pure Vessel. That is how used to fighting him I am. Or them, sorry. Best Grim got second phase, or beat Grim got to second phase. Nice. Hope I can give a good. Hope I can have a good time with Zote and Umu. You probably can handle Zote easy if you just DPS him. Umu would be the problem because of all the RNG. And if you are, for whatever reason, jumping, my RNG goes well, then I can keep a good chunk of my health and soul. Yeah. Jesus. What is wrong with me? Never set a goal for this stream, but then again, I do not really think I would have needed to. How long has this stream even been going on for? 3 hours. Felt longer. Well, it might have been 4 hours because of the other stream. I love the way both my streams as VODs get more views than my current stream. And then there's the blindfolded Harista Meast I did for God of War a long time ago. Zote's so fun to play. Then 4 hours. I might call it soon then. Maybe get like a few more good attempts at like trying to show off against Pure Vessel. Like that. Me when I parry Pure Vessel into a stack. Never mind. I'm sorry for disrespecting you. Cap. Well, that was close. I D-darked into it. Definitely better than my last few attempts, though. That should have been a screen skip. I walked into it. I tried pressing L2 to parry. Matter of fact, good lord, just kill me. No idea what I'm on. Alright, this will probably be the last one I do. And I'll start wrapping up. And no screen skip, we are cooked. No upswing. Gotta tell me I should immediately stop as soon as her beast dies. Why does she swing at me like this? Well, it depends. For example, if she's jumping and you kill her beast while she's in the air, she will just keep doing her attack because it's considered a separate entity. If I was to guess why, probably because of Watcher Knights, because they are technically one boss, but there's 6 of them. So if one dies, it's not like they can just kill all of them just because of the one. If I was to guess, that's probably why it works. She's literally staring at me, then decided to jump. Well then, maybe it was a bug. Or it could have been that the death animation was still going on for long enough to where the AI was like, well, it's still barely alive, might as well try hitting the player. Scream skip, maybe we have a chance. Never mind. That should have been a parry. Damn, the wall cling. Hubris. Well, I cannot say I expected that. I shouldn't have thought that. Your parry's Grim Dot? No, just the slash attack, because, if I also explain it, you know how in most games, they will not let you parry specifically pierce attacks? Like, for example, if like, someone have a spear and they're like, lunging towards you with it forward rather than slashing with it, Well, I guess it depends on the game, but it's probably the same philosophy, like the same reason why you cannot parry Pure Vessel's dash attack. And the only way I guess they would let you is if, while they were dashing, they were doing a swiping motion rather than a thrusting motion. Thrust attacks, that is what I mean. How, depending on the game, it's possible to parry Zolt when he falls. That is a good question. I'm not sure. It's not something I've ever tried. I would not be surprised if it might be possible, but parrying Zolt generally is ill-advised because of how finicky his fight is. How he's jumping and teleporting all the time, and half the time, like, when you go for a Descending Dark against him, he just falls through the floor and then you waste the soul charge. Like, in a way, technically, if I recall correctly, you can parry, like, the attack he does where he literally flails his knife, or not knife, nail, sorry, around. At least not directly, but in a way you can. But even then, I'm not so sure, because all the times where I've heard a tink noise whenever my nail ever hit his nail while he was doing that was, when I was pogoing off of him. So that might have just been more of like a natural game reaction for when you pogo. Why did I try to parry that? Kill me. Love the way I said that I would wrap up soon, and here I still am. Way too far away. No upswing. I keep trying to parry that even though, man. Are the bees infected? Yes. But their infection is very, strange. You see, what they tried to do was when the infection first happened, and just because of how isolated they were to begin with, like, the king tried to, like, have the bee tribe, I forget what they're called, but they tried to have, I guess, the queen join the rest of Hollowness, or Grander Hollowness, but the lore heavily implies that the bees were hermits to some measure, and they purposefully secluded themselves from the rest of any form of society that wasn't the hive. And when the infection happened, it went from, like, they preferred it to there was no other way around it. They tried to beat the infection through that, if I recall correctly, but it still got in. And since they were so self-contained, it's, like, kind of weird. It's not like I would... And because, in a way, the bees in of themselves are their own hive mind, just because of their nature, you know, protect the queen and all that, it's very confusing. Like, it is implied that you know, when you get to the end of the hive, you find what's left of the queen, and it is implied that it's not so much she succumbed to the infection, but it, like, severely hampered, like, her mental faculties. So she, like, purposely took that, like, what would it be? Containment order that they try to use against the plague in order to be honest, they're chilling beneath the kingdom's edge, so why don't they just join the others? like they already were within the... Well, that train, it leads into Deep Nest and the Abyss, and those parts of the kingdom were famously hostile towards every and anything. So I would not be surprised if that's why the one other form of transportation they had led to the most hostile part of the kingdom. That if you thought the Hive was secluded, and if you thought they were mindless or drones to some degree, then the Deep Nest is worse. Everything in there is literally mindless. Well, Hera was implied to be the only, like, cognizant one there. Everything else is mindless. And more specifically, Hera and the Weavers, they secluded themselves off from the majority of Deep Nest. When you go to Weaver Den, it's literally strung up and hung up far above wherever the rest of, like, the mindless animals were. It's implied that their hostility came from not even so much of, like, the way they were, but just the environment they were in. Like, they migrated to Hollowness from somewhere else, and in Silksong, from what I understand, like, what's it called? Not Weaver Den. What's the place called again? Where Silksong takes place? It's implied that that's where they came from. But everything else in Deep Nest, no, mindless. Mindless murdering beasts that attack every and anything that move. No, yeah, I think I'll call it there. That was a actually shockingly good stream. Even if there was just like 2 people at most in here. Considering how active the chat was and how much I was able to say and just everything that happened for my size, that was a very, very good stream. I'm not sure when I'll do it again. This was just something I did because I wasn't sure what video to make, unironically. Pico 7 I saw. You gained a sub. Did I? I think I might have gained more than just one. This is before I was at 1,837. I'm 1,841, so it might have been like 3 or 4 subs I got. No, like, member. What? A member? Where? Oh, I don't know how to look at that and tell. At least I subbed, you were chill. Thanks, yeah. I generally appreciate stuff like that because that is what I try to be. I also have to get in the habit of not abbreviating my words. I'm very good at it when it comes to videos, but in a live setting where you tend to ramble, it is difficult to do that. By the way, I just want to imply that the Knight, our MC, don't attack anyone that is infected or wants to duel them. From lore-wise, it shows that it is empty and only fights once it's in danger or challenged. Yeah, that's from generally what we understand as well. Yeah, that was a good stream. Good, healthy stream, I would say. Well, compared to my first stream, which was the blindfolded, like, God of War Ragnarok boss fight thing I did. If you're interested, you can go watch that after this. I have timestamps to when I actually beat those 2 Valkyries blindfolded, but Compared to that stream where I literally had no viewers the entire time and I was just screaming into the abyss, this was way more successful. Way, way, way more successful. But yeah, thank you to everyone who showed up here. Had a good old time hanging out for like 4 hours. I guess I have to make a new stream outro. If you enjoyed the stream, please be sure to like, comment, and subscribe if you have not already. And remember to always stay anonymous.